Oh, okay. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Let me see here. I'm not quite... There's a gigantic glare on my screen, so it's a little hard to see what the heck I'm looking at. But anyway, hey GNG, well, thank you. Nice seeing you guys again. Also, oh my gosh, I got sick coming back. I think I started getting sick actually when I first it was sometime maybe near the end of the trip, and I felt like there was something. You know how you get mouth sores sometimes? Like there's a little bump in your mouth that feels really painful. I think I got one of those, but I wasn't sure if it had anything to do on me getting sick or not. But if it did, maybe the oral mouthwash when I got back was a mistake, and it released all the bad stuff that it was what do you call this? Trying to keep at bay, trying to keep in its sack, I guess. And I got sick from that. I don't know. Maybe I actually got sick from the people who were constantly. There was actually a lot of coughing on the plane, coming back and also going over there, but more so coming back. And I don't know if I got it from that. Probably did. Probably didn't. I'm not exactly sure. And as you can see, my teacup is empty. Don't worry, we're gonna put something in here. Which, by the way, I probably should start now. How have you guys been, by the way, these past couple of weeks? I kind of forget sometimes that I do stream. I forget I do stream, and so it's I wouldn't say weird, but definitely different coming back. Definitely different coming back. And I'm just trying to get used to the time zone again. At first I thought I was lethargic around this time because of me being sick the past week. Holy crap, it was a terrible week. I even got called into the office at work for being apparently too sick. And I thought I was either gonna get sent home or something else. And thankfully, I was well enough. I was just like being nasty all over the place. And a lot of people didn't appreciate that, but didn't actually tell me to not do that stuff. So yeah. Very busy. It was pretty dry until last week where it suddenly got chilly and wet. It has been chilly recently. That's why we're gonna get some tea here. Alright, just dealing with work stuff. Hey Bison, welcome. I got some souvenirs for you guys too. Not for you. I can't give it to you, sadly. But I got some souvenirs to show off. I'll show pictures and I'll show some stuff that we're gonna try on stream. But first things first, we're doing a different camera setup today just because I didn't want to get the big table out. And I have a lot of pictures to show, so it's like it's better for me to be on the desk instead of the usual food area. I'm still coughing a little bit, so excuse me for that. Today we have some tea, some yuzu tea from, where did we get this from? Either got this from Hiroshima or Kyoto. This is actually from Kyoto. Guys, you can't feel it. You may be able to see it. You may be able to see the texture. You see that texture in that that tea bag? Not the tea bag itself, but the bag for the tea. That's like Japanese paper. It feels really, really nice. I didn't really notice it until now. But I got this tea in one of the tourist areas. Right. Never buy stuff in the tourist areas, but you know what, here we are. It was actually a tea shop, a tea stand, I guess, near the entrance / exit of Nijo Castle in Kyoto. And I've been to Nijo Castle like 3 times now, including this trip. and ever so slightly, something changes every single time. First time was 7 years ago. No, not 7 years ago. 9 years ago. That was the first time. That was the first time I went to Japan too, so there's that. 9 years ago, and then 2 years after that, and then recently. So, Buckshot Roulette. Ah. And I had to stop Baldur's Gate 3, I'm guessing? Because I was clicking around my fingers. I bet. But yeah, they were selling a bunch of different green teas, and I guess fruit teas. And we have a yuzu tea here, which is not... I don't know if that's common at all. I would say probably not. Fruit teas aren't usually a thing. But I've been seeing a lot more food experimentation in Japan this time around, and it's actually pretty nice to see. So, I don't... The yuzu tea is not one of them. I don't think it's one of them. But we're gonna try... I'm gonna brew this up. What's the temperature for this thing? It's nice that they do have some English on the instructions. But it says put one tea bag, 120 mLs of boiling water, so half a cup. Steep it for 1.5 minutes. That's a pretty long time. If it was green tea, it's usually like 30 seconds. And take out a tea bag. Be careful of hot water. It doesn't say a temperature, which is interesting. Oh, it says boiling. Never mind. It says boiling. Oh, this paper feels nice. But then, within the paper, you have another bag. Another bag. The actual foil bag, because paper is pretty crap at sealing out all the moisture and stuff. And they give you a little pamphlet here of tea and their... Well, maybe not this particular tea, but... and their history and stuff, so that's kind of nice. If you get one of these teas, I think you'll do that. All right, hold on. I need to open this. Oh wait, can I just tear it open? Can I just tear it open? Nope, I cannot just tear it open. I don't have the strength for that right now. I'm still recovering. I just got better today. I mean, like 95% better. I got better like 2 days ago. Wait, that was kind of close. The tea bags were near the top here, but we got like some nylon tea bags. Can't smell a darn thing. I feel I smell a little bit of yuzu, but there's also green tea leaves, so it's definitely not just yuzu in here. All right, I got some water. I'm gonna clean this up. Get some water. Alright, 1 minute and a half. I have no idea what 1 minute and a half is gonna be, so I'm just gonna say in roughly 2 minutes. Hopefully that's not oversteeping. And we'll get started. We'll get started in that tea. Let's see. There was also one other thing that I've never seen before. Have you guys ever seen the Choya plum wines? Do you know what Choya is? Choya plum wines, I guess. You might be able to see it. I guess it's kind of common in the Asian grocery stores and whatnot. So, know the name and so. Hey Rattel, welcome. How was the trip? Exhausting, and not in a good way. I'll talk about that here in a bit. But welcome. Nice to see you again. Nice to see everyone again. But basically, yeah, it was exhausting. But Choya is, let me bring up a picture really quick. Choya. And then I'll show you what I got. And let me just say the trip, I mean, I'll talk about it more again, but the trip itself was not I mean, I did have some enjoyable moments in it, but for the most part, it was not enjoyable. Mainly because I was, you know, acting as a tour guide and stuff like that. It's not fun. Here you go. This is what a usual Choya bottle looks like. It's kind of big. Imagine your wine bottle with a bunch of plum, dried. I guess is it dried plum? It looks like dried plum in the bottle. It's a little bit sweet, a little bit strong, and if you let it sit for too long, it becomes super sweet, almost impossible to drink sometimes. Yeah, there's plum pits. And you can choose to eat these things at any point. And if you leave it for the end, it gets super concentrated, super strong. Anyway, that's what that is. That's what that is. Now, the thing I wanted to show you... Okay, I think it's been a minute and a half. Let's see. Okay. It still looks like green tea. Still looks like regular green tea here. I cannot smell the yuzu. If there's any yuzu, it's probably barely there. A hint of yuzu. A hint of yuzu. It's mainly sencha plus a little bit of yuzu, which I can't taste. So I don't know. I feel like the amount of yuzu on the packaging was a little bit misleading. But anyway, this is what I wanted to show you guys. I've never seen this before. First things first, you can get Choya in different sizes, but this is a small trial size, but there's a Choya flight specifically. And I didn't realize they had different brews. There's like 3 different brews here. We have a single malt. Is it a single malt? No. It's a single year, 3 years, and something else. Something else. Is Choya alcohol with fruits in it in general, or is it specifically with ume? This is specifically ume. Choya specifically does plum wine. If they do any other type of wines, I do not know about it. But this is, we're not gonna open these today, because I'm still recovering, 1, and 2, I want to save it for a special occasion. So, but I just wanted to show this for today. This is what they look like. I didn't realize they had like different varieties of Choya. So I decided to pick them up, and we're gonna give this a taste test. Maybe around New Year's, maybe New Year's, maybe well, Thanksgiving's coming next week. I know we don't. I know not everyone here celebrates Thanksgiving and stuff like that, but maybe I don't know. Maybe I do want to break into this eventually. Maybe we'll do it next week. I don't know. I actually have another one of these. I got 2 of these. Originally, I wanted to try these when I was still in Japan. Never got the chance, so I'm gonna try that. Oh, hey, this one actually has the ume. Oh, this one. Oh, this is a version where it has the ume fruit still in there, the plum fruit. That's this variety, which I think is just a regular variety. But then we have the 3 year and the 1 year. I'm not sure about that. I can't this year, but maybe next year I can order some of these. Don't most nations have their own Thanksgiving type of holiday? It depends, I suppose. I suppose it depends. I guess the U.S. Thanksgiving is the most famous, at least the most the one that you hear about the most. I know Canada has one. I don't really know if the UK or the rest of Europe have something similar. Maybe they do. They just don't call it that. I know Asia doesn't in general. They have different what do you call it? They have different other festivals that's local to them. Like in the Philippines, there's no such thing as Thanksgiving, but there is Christmas. Christmas is everywhere. However, Christmas starts Christmas starts in September in the Philippines. Wrap your head around that. Most Catholic nations in my country do something with candles. Yeah. I do find it interesting at the back of this tiny little box. They show you all these different characteristics of the plum wine. I don't know what any of these are. Oh no, it says body aroma, aging. What the heck does aging even mean? Sweetness, tartness. Sweetness, tartness, aroma. Okay, I'm pretty sure those are regular for the most part. But aging? I feel like they just added that one last bit so they can have this this radar graph on it for whatever reason. Most people won't even do the radar graph. Most people will just do bars or just words. So it is such an East Asia thing to have a ranking system on the side. It's definitely such a thing in... Yeah, you're right, it is East Asia. China, Korea, and Japan. I don't see it in C. I don't see it anywhere else but East Asia. Japan does it because it's cool. Korea does it because they got something to prove. I don't know what China does, to be honest. But anyway, we're gonna try this at some point. We do have plenty of snacks. Let's start with a simple one. Let's start with a simple one. You didn't realize this was going to be a snack tasting stream, right? Along with stories, which I haven't gotten to yet. This is probably just regular Kit Kats. But I saw the Christmas version Kit Kat when I was what was this? Kyoto Station, about to go to the ryokan for that day, and I just saw this randomly. It's like, do I get this thing? It's just probably regular Kit Kats, and it probably really is, but I got it anyway. If I hadn't had ice cream, I'd be envious right now. It's probably just regular Kit Kats. But I'm gonna break into one of these. Let me get that. Oh my god, it's a lot smaller than I thought. There's only 6 of these, by the way. 6 of these in this gigantic bag, which is, I guess, full of air to protect the Kit Kats. But still. That's all of them. I thought they'd be a little bit bigger, you know? At least as big as this this picture over here. Maybe technically, we'll see. Hold up. Something like these. Packaging gets you every time. Sometimes. You know, it's not terrible. It's not terrible. It looks good. Look at that. It at least looks good. Very nice molds that they use. The real disappointment is the size comparison, which, to be fair, isn't that different. It's maybe 80%, 90% smaller. No, not as big. Smaller would mean it was 10%. I'm getting it wrong. It's a little bit smaller than the actual picture. It's not too bad. But it does throw you off a little bit. It threw me off. And put the rest of these back. We'll grab into the other snacks a little bit. You can see the rectangular wafer in the back? Really? Can you? I didn't notice. Can you? Oh, you can. Excuse me, like I said, I'm still recovering. Or at least I'm recovered, but... You know, the disease wants to keep fighting for a little bit longer. I did not realize that this was the wafer in the back. That's hilarious. Alright, let me take a bite into this. And now Santa lost his head. Oh my gosh. Look how much chocolate there is compared to the actual Kit Kat. That's crazy. It's basically regular Kit Kat with extra chocolate on the side to make the Santa. But I also feel like the actual Kit Kat's a lot smaller. Is it good enough chocolate? It's Kit Kat chocolate. Is it better than American Kit Kat chocolate, the regular one? Maybe about the same. Maybe about the same. I want to be a little biased and say it's a little bit better. But honestly, it's been such a long time since I've had regular American Kit Kat that I can't tell. It's good though. It's good, creamy chocolate. It's milk chocolate. Make that of you as you will. So yeah, this trip. This trip, I may have mentioned it before, but this trip was basically me working as a tour guide. Not officially as a tour guide, but basically there were family that never been to Japan before. And somehow or another, I got roped into being the tour guide. However, not only just a tour guide, I was coordinator, having to check up on everyone and all that stuff. So it was basically work for a solid 2 weeks. And it was exhausting. It was exhausting. I also feel like half the stuff that I wrote on the itinerary to like check out during the time, we couldn't even get to because I'm a slow walker, okay? Well, in general, I'm a slow walker because I like to take my time and stuff. Even when I'm on a trip, I like to take my time, walk like at a leisurely pace. And somehow, 2 people in the group, not naming names, 2 people in the group were 10 times slower than my leisurely walk. Now, I don't know if I should be fair and say they're pushing past 70, but still, I mean, how do you walk so slow? And there's other things that made it a challenge to keep up the pace. Getting out a little bit too late in the day, especially in fall. You kind of want to be out as early as possible because Japanese fall is absolutely terrible with sunlight. The sun comes up at 6 a.m. Fair enough, right? But the sun goes down at 4:30 p.m. And that's if you don't like being out in the dark, 4:30 p.m. by 5:30 it's like pitch dark. It's very pitch dark by 5:30. And it's not bad if you like that kind, if you don't mind that change, but when you have elderly people, which basically half the group was that I was doing the tour guide thing for, you know, it's probably not good for the psyche at that point. I don't know. It can make you feel sleepy, yeah. It does make you feel lethargic. It does make you feel like, I have been out all day. I need to go back now. Which at some point, I kind of understand the whole daylight savings time thing. Which Japan doesn't have a daylight savings time, by the way, at all. No, which is great for them. But on the other hand, I don't like daylight savings time. We don't need it. We don't need it. But anyway, let's see, what was that? There are other tour groups, actual tour groups that we ran into with probably the same age demographic as the people in my group that I was leading, and they're more spry than those two. No offense to them. They're relatives and whatnot, but still, that was only like one of the problems. That was only one of the problems, and the reason for the pacing and stuff like that. There's other stuff, but basically it was work, having to check up on everyone, not just them. Sorry, I have to mute the nasty coughs at least. But there was a. It's like you plan all this stuff, and you know you can't get to it anyway normally. But you would at least hope you can get like to a couple of those places, and you don't. Other issues I'll work on later, but hey, I finally got to see Mount Fuji after 9 years. I say 9 years, and I have kind of sort of seen Mount Fuji before, but where is it? I have kind of sort of seen Mount Fuji before, but it's like from afar, very far. But here we go. We got some Mount Fuji pictures. Mount Fuji for the most part was hiding. Also, there was a LULdog bus, which was interesting. I didn't realize there was a LULdog bus in the Kawaguchiko area, so I had to take a picture of that bus. You know I did. I also did not realize that Fuji-Q Highland, which is a theme park in Mount Fuji, has their own mascots. I say mascots, but they're anime girls. I don't know any of them, but I'm gonna have to look into them at some point. I just got reminded when I saw the picture. But the LULdog bus though, specifically the, what was it, Aqua, however you want to say that weird spelling. There is that. Interesting to see the anime look so casually on stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty normal over there. It's not widespread like you would think it is, but it's pretty normal. And when you do see it, they are known for that. But Mount Fuji, for the most part, you couldn't even see Mount Fuji. Remember that picture I put on the community tab? Like, hey, here's Mount Fuji, guys. Here's Mount Fuji. It really did look like this. The day before, and just before we left Kawaguchiko, one of the many places you can see Mount Fuji, it did look like this. The sky was covered in clouds. You could not see a darn thing. But there was an upside to that. The upside to that was, where is the upside? There is actually an upside to it. The upside to this is you get this nice misty look around the lake in the morning. Like, these mountains are pretty darn huge, and you got these clouds just running across them. So that's nice, but you can't see Mount Fuji. So if your plan was to see Mount Fuji during this particular time, there were rain clouds. It did rain a little bit the night before. Didn't get caught in the rain, but it did rain the night before. And you cannot see Mount Fuji. I even specifically had a room where there was a bathtub. There's some rooms in some ryokans where you can have a bathtub in the room. Well, not in the room itself, but you know, in the bath area, attached to the room that looks through Mount Fuji. But I couldn't even do that. The bath was nice, but the view just simply was not there. The Mount Fuji plays the cherry on top of the disappointment. It really was. It really was. It was a nice cool morning. It was a nice scenic breakfast. This was the scene during breakfast. You can kind of see the reflection of breakfast over here. Or maybe not because my head's blocking it. I'll show you food also, don't worry. It was nice seeing everything else. It's just that Mount Fuji didn't show up, decided not to show up until literally right before we left. We were supposed to leave like maybe an hour or two earlier than we originally did. But because there was so many people reserving seats on the return on the bus, like you have to the way we came in, we had to take a bus from Mishima to Kawaguchiko, and the only way to get there was by bus or taxi. You do not want to do that by taxi, that is very expensive. By bus though is like an hour and a half. That's taking into consideration that it stops at a few places. It stops at Fuji-Q Highland, which I did not realize Fuji-Q Highland had a resort hotel, which I should check into if I decide to go to that area again. But I kind of want to check out a different location around the Mount Fuji area. But it might be worth doing the Fuji-Q Hotel. And what else was there? There was a random town with another lake. I forgot its name. What was it? There's Kawaguchiko. Yamanakako. It's down here at the bottom of the map that I am covering right now. Yamanakako. I've never heard of Yamanakako before. It's a little bit further. I feel like... No. According to this, it's actually a little bit closer to Mount Fuji. Then again, this might not be to scale, so I don't know if that means anything, to be honest. But, I mean, I've seen Mount Fuji from afar, and I've seen it from the plane, and even as you come in from an international flight above the clouds, you can see Mount Fuji above the clouds. The only reason why you can't see it from below is because the clouds are covering it from below, so... Unless you were actually flying, you can't see Mount Fuji from below, but you can see it above if you're flying, which is neat by its own on its own. But yeah, I think around almost we were scheduled to leave close to 12, I believe, and literally 15 minutes before we were supposed to leave, this thing. This little peak of Mount Fuji decided to show up, and it's like, holy crap, because everyone from at this point and the previous day didn't even realize where Fuji was. You couldn't see it, and then suddenly, hey, it peaked, and everyone went crazy, and then slowly you can see almost all of it. This is Kawaguchiko Station. Kawaguchiko Station, you can see it over top. There's the infamous Lawsons. I'm not sure if you've heard about the Mount Fuji Lawson thing, which I visited the Lawson. Didn't try to take pictures. Well, I may have taken a picture of the Lawson itself. I don't know. It's weird. Seeing all these people come to this particular Lawson's for some reason, just to get the Mount Fuji on top of the Lawson's. And I wasn't gonna do it, but I was on the bus, so I figured, hey, why not? Let's just go and do it. They had good food at the Lawson's though. I got a black sesame bun, a nikuman, a couple of yakitori skewers, all good stuff. The yakitori skewers could have used a little heating, but otherwise the buns were very good. Further out, you can still see Mount Fuji further out because that thing's gigantic. Though, depending on what your angle is, it might be a little bit obscured. I feel like this is one of my better pictures though. on top of a random... is this a strip mall? I don't know if it's a strip mall. It looks more like... I see an udon shop. I guess kind of a strip mall. A random strip mall with very few shops. Mount Fuji on top of it. Let's hope the tourists never find this particular location. Though now I have given away its location, so... Anyway. After 9 years since I visited Japan, I finally got the picture up close to it. Kawaguchiko area though, at least the area I was staying at. This is the hotel. It looks okay on the outside. It's a little worn down in the inside, which at first it turned me off a little bit, but as I walked around a little bit more, you know, it's like it had its charm, but it definitely aged. And the food around the food in this particular place, dinner was not the best dinner I've ever had. It was okay, not the best dinner I've ever had. The breakfast was above average. Yeah, the nature around here was pretty good. This was the first time we've actually gotten any fall colors during the entire trip. It was a very warm autumn apparently. And so the places we went to didn't really get any fall colors until we got around to the Mount Fuji area. And you have these, well, the hills, mountains over here. I'm gonna hide myself so you can see all of this. Where is me? Where am I? That's not it. Where am I? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'm gonna hide myself so you can see all of this stuff. And maybe move it to the side a little bit. Yeah, move it to the side. Adjust. That's good enough. Yeah. Not that one. Yeah, you have all these fall colors finally start to show up when you get to the Mount Fuji area. There was a walking trail from the hotel, the ryokan, that we were at, towards a park. So this is just basically pictures along that trail. The group I was with didn't make it very far because on top of all the slow walking, I'm not sure if your families are like this. My family is like this, and I absolutely do not like it. Whenever we go to different places, we take a group picture, right? That's normal. That's perfectly normal. Everyone does that. However, on top of taking a group picture, they also take different configurations of said group pictures. Let's say all guys, all girls. Hey, get this family over here, just them. Get this other family over here, just them. It takes a long time, and then there's this whole line of people waiting on just this one group to take their own pictures. And it's like, really? And I'm like, no, please, let's not do that. I also got this picture of a spider. Not the best picture of a spider, because it was on... But by the way, I took all these pictures on the video camera that I was trying out. And for the most part, it was okay. If the picture wasn't blurry. I have learned that maybe I should use an actual photograph camera to take these pictures. Otherwise, I can't even use half the shots. But the shots I did get were pretty darn good. So props to that tiny little thing. But you can see the tree line here. What are these things? Oh, these are like cattails in the water. There's actually this is like cattails in the edge of the lake. I'll just do the full screen. I may have to make you guys disappear too so you can see that. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to... Everyone disappears, including me. But yeah, this was nice. What the picture doesn't really show though is how dark it was at this time. I think we got in around we checked in around 2:30 p.m. and it was already kind of murky, mostly because of the clouds that were that were hanging, these clouds. And I think once we finally got out, decided to explore a little bit. It might have been around 3:30, and it was murky. But somehow the camera compensated for that, which is great. And it looks a lot brighter than it would normally have. But yeah, I love the landscaping they did along this trail, but also just the natural nature around the park is absolutely great. This line of trees, I'm not sure what's going on with the other half. There's supposedly a line of trees somewhere where if you just drive through it, you're going to be surrounded by red, orange, fall leaves. Don't know where that is. It's probably not this area. Got a nice little panoramic picture. I got a couple of panoramic pictures of the place. That's a lot of cactus. Holy crap. And I think this is a ginkgo tree. Ginkgo tree have that really nice golden leaf color, especially in fall. Yeah, those are ginkgo leaves. Those are 100% ginkgo leaves right there. Kind of nice. I rarely see them, but I guess they don't put them everywhere. Or at least they're not everywhere. Trying to get the aesthetic nature shots. All these leaves. It is a very nice look to the leaves, not gonna lie. On the actual lake, the lake is pretty big. It's not like a gigantic lake, but it's pretty big. You can actually fish in the lake. You can there's ducks in the lake. I think you can rent a boat, not these boats. I'm not sure what whose these boats belong to. But I saw like a line of boats turned over, and it's like, oh, you know what? That's kind of nice. I want to take a picture of that. I took a lot of videos during this trip. I haven't gone through any of them yet. But I should do that at some point and see if I can make a video out of them. But I took a lot of video during this trip. Like my SD card, I think when I first started had like 12 hours of space, and I think I used, including the photos, I have maybe used almost 8 hours of video. So I have 4.5 hours of video left on the SD card, I think. All in 4K. All in 4K. So the computer does not like 4K, so it also takes a little bit of muscle. What's that in gigs? How big is this SD card? Can I pop this open and not have it affect the camera? I'm using the video camera as a webcam, which is something I'm experimenting with. And possibly the only way I could have done this stream today. Let's see. Oh yeah, the SD card is 512 gigabytes. So what is 60% of 512 gigabytes? That's roughly the size of everything. I do have a folder that's a little bit more accurate. Let's see. Where is the folder? $358 gigabytes. After I trimmed all the other files that I didn't really need. 358. My hard drive is not happy with me. And that's also a lot of video to go through. That's a lot of video to go through. Surprisingly though, I usually try to do 1,000 pictures a week whenever I travel. I don't try to, it just happens that way. And I ended up with how many? How many did I end up with this time? I ended up with 1,442 files in 2 weeks, which is roughly 100 files per day, videos and pictures included. Though videos are, if pictures are worth 1,000 words, then videos are worth 1,000 pictures, almost literally, per minute. Maybe. I was recording at 30 FPS, so I don't know. Yeah, I may have exceeded that. I still need to look through what I got. I don't even know if half the video footage I got was usable. This is the ryokan, by the way. You don't realize how nicely situated it is until you see it from afar. Yeah, all the backed up anime and stuff. I feel like I can match my my anime archive in just 2 weeks of video taking, which makes the whole process, which makes the whole vlogging thing that I want to do in the future seem really daunting. I don't want to like delete any footage because you know you never know what you might miss in them. So maybe I'm gonna like get multiple SD cards, multiple gigantic SD cards, so that I don't lose any of that stuff. The boats clearly haven't seen much use recently. Definitely not recently. I don't think they're too badly out of shape, at least. Or maybe they are. I don't know. I can't tell. There's a lot of weathering on the hull, but I don't think it's terrible. I think they're still usable. But I'm no boat expert. I do like this pattern on the bottom of this one though. All these spirally patterns. It's kind of nice. More growth over there. Yeah. I suppose this red one over here is more recent compared to the other ones. Nice cubed hedge. Yagisaki Park. Okay, so that was the park that was near my place. Apparently this is a nice place also for cherry blossoms and stuff like that. Since it's not cherry blossom season, you're not gonna see that. But you do see a bunch of other stuff. It's not just red leaves. There were also a lot of people doing their Instagram pictures and maybe actual influencer stuff. It's a little bit hard to tell. But I mean, there were also people who were just trying to do their thing. Along the path though, you see these little smaller gardens that are very much curated. I don't know what these things are, to be honest. It's a little hard to tell what these things are. Can we... Nope, the resolution on this picture cannot give me any clues. If you know what this is, let me know. But there's these tiny little bushes in patches along the path. And they're in rows, and I don't know what these things are, but apparently these are pretty famous, these plants. But the park was pretty nice. It's actually really nice. Gotta get that aesthetic broken bridge handle shot. Rest area. A panorama of the wide open space of the park area. I think this might actually be one end of the park. If you try to go further, there's not much. I didn't try to go further than this. It was pretty late. It was almost coming up to dinner time, and I didn't want to miss dinner, so there was that. Not great place to sit down. If I had to say, Japan is really bad about giving people places to sit down. Hey Mars, welcome. How's it going? We're going through the Mt Fuji pictures, which we just started doing that. Also tried some other stuff. Which, by the way, before we get to the next set of pictures, I need to open a few more boxes. There are some benches, not always though, and it's rare. unless you, if you, even in the park, it's kind of rare, which I don't understand. I mean, there's a bench over here. There's a bench over here. There's a bench over here. You can use this as benches. If you don't have a bench, if there's no bench, have a towel or something that you can walk on the lawn and set up a picnic here. So, but the Lake Kawaguchiko is not that big. I think if you had an entire day, you might be able to walk around the perimeter of this place within, I want to say, 8 hours or so, which is not bad. I wish I had an extra day to actually try that theory out. But between the hotel and this area, I think was a good 20 minutes. For me, 20 minutes one way. So it's not terrible. It actually is not terrible. It's just my group was very slow, so it took a lot longer than you would think it is. And at this point, they weren't even there anymore. I think they stopped around where the boats were, and I continued on because I wanted to see what else. There's a bridge over here where cars pass through. So yeah, there's a bridge across the lake. But it's a very nice landscaping thing they got going on at the park. Here's more benches, actual reasonable benches. Maybe not the benches you want. But it's the benches you'll get. But there were a lot of tourists in this area. Though it doesn't compare to the amount of tourists I saw in Kyoto. And even Hiroshima has a lot more tourists now compared to 7 years ago, which is kind of interesting. We'll get into that later. I do like the lighting that happens at night though. You got the lamps coming out, and then you get this nice aesthetic shot. How cold did it get there? No one asked it. But not very cold. I wish I could give you a temperature, but to be honest, I didn't really pay attention. It got chilly, but if you're coming from Southeast Asia, chilly could be just below 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So how cold did it get? I'm gonna have to look at the records here. Kawaguchiko weather November. Pretty sure there's a historical weather record. Let's see. That was on the 14th or 15th? 14th. 14th. Let me change this to Celsius. No, can I change it to Celsius? Is there a way for me to change it to Celsius? Okay, you're just gonna have to deal with... Nope. Wait, hold up. Units. Metric. Okay. Okay, Kawaguchiko, around that area, the low was 9 degrees Celsius, which is about 48, I think. And high was 19 degrees Celsius. I think since that was closer to the end of the day, I want to say that's maybe around 12, maybe 15. It wasn't super chilly, but it wasn't super warm either, so maybe closer to 12. So maybe around in Fahrenheit, that would probably be around 50s, which is not terrible. If you're used to that, 50s isn't terrible. Could have been worse. If we went to Tohoku or even Hokkaido, I think they were all the way down to about 30 degrees Fahrenheit, so below zero. Below 0 Celsius. I need another cup of tea, hold on. It is Hokkaido, but it's Hokkaido in fall. Think about that for a second. Most places don't get that cold until winter. Or you're Canada. Yeah, I think it's called Golden Kamuy. Or maybe it's different, but yeah. I wanted to go towards Hokkaido. I wanted to go towards Tohoku. But because it was our first time, we had to go through the tourist places, and I kind of regretted it. Two things. If I were to do this again, I would heavily suggest against going towards the tourist areas, even though it is their first time. Because there's too many people. It's too crowded. Second, I'm never doing this again. I'm never doing the tour guide thing again. And one of the things I wanted to do is, if I lived in Japan, is to become a tour guide. And you know what? That's probably fine as a job. But you also have to... There's a schedule you have to keep. And if there's people slower than you on that schedule, well, that's on them, I suppose, right? That's on them to keep up. That's on them to stick to it, because if you wait for them, it throws everything off. I don't know what they do in tour groups. If someone is slower than everyone else and they don't show up on time to come back and stuff. Sec, I need to get tissues. Be right back really quick. Sec, let me put that thing up. Be right back. Yeah, I don't recommend tour groups unless there's like no other way. I've only really done one tour group experience, not in Japan. I did it in Korea when I went earlier this year. And that was because that was going towards a DMZ. You know, the demilitarized zone between North Korea and South Korea. And I guess technically, yes, you can go through it yourself without a group. However, it's probably not the best way to go in, especially when you have to deal with all the security and stuff that happens along the checkpoints. And getting all the tickets and coordinating all that stuff. So yeah, you have to get tickets to go through a DMZ, which is kind of funny if you think about it. So yeah, unless it's that kind of thing, or you have to go to like a very specialized place that only allows tour groups. There are places like that in Japan, where you can only go in if you're part of a tour group, because they don't take individual people for some reason. Then yes, okay, fine, tour group justified. But normally, I don't like using tour groups. It's too rushed. You don't get to go on your own pace. Yes, you have all these things you try to do in a single day, but if you like to take it at a leisurely pace, it's not the best thing to do. Yeah, designed to go to A to B fast, and people are getting paid, true. Possibly limiting potential fools from causing trouble. You would hope so. You would hope so. However, I feel like some of the tour groups in Japan, especially the ones where they have a bunch of Chinese tourists, cause troubles by themselves, just because of the group. I don't know. This is... What was this one? Oh, this was going away from... Was this going towards the hotel? The Kawaguchiko area? There's the bus station, by the way. There's the Kawaguchiko station. It's not just a bus station. There's actually a train station in the back. However, we couldn't get to this place by train from where we were in Mishima. We went from Kyoto to Mishima by Shinkansen, and then had to quickly go from Mishima station to the bus to get to Lake Kawaguchiko, which is redundant. So Kawaguchiko, because the Ko part of Kawaguchiko means lake already, but we say Lake Kawaguchiko anyway. But yeah, nice place over here. All right, thanks for dropping by, GNG. I'm gonna be yapping a bit more. I'm gonna be yapping as much as I need to today. Got a bunch of other stuff here. Might as well show the food really quick. If you guys remember the Grimace Shake back when we did, was it last year or was it a couple years ago? Anyway, the Grimace Shake is alive and well in Japan. At least here in near Itabashi Station. Didn't get it, but it's there. It felt like it was last year. I think it was last year too. Hold up. I need a snack with this since we're doing food stuff. Let me hide this really quick. Hide that really quick. Nope, not that one. Yeah. Anyway, I have a bunch of other snacks that I probably should get to before they expire. I got some mochi from Kyoto that are set to expire next week, so we're gonna break into these before they go bye-bye. I have plenty of other ones that we'll tap into it at some point. Where is it? Oh, wait, it's only 2 boxes. Hold up. Let's start with this one. Let's start with that one. I've never seen Milky before. I mean, like, in person. I don't even know what Milky is, if I'm being honest. I don't know if she only does mochi or she does other stuff. But here's a Milky branded mochi from Kyoto. And I don't know what kind of mochi this is. I'm assuming it's a milk flavored mochi. This expires on the 26th, so I gotta get to it. So I'm gonna be munching on one of these, and then maybe also a different one. Because there's another... Mochi does not last very long, at least if you don't put any preservatives, which I assume they don't put preservatives on these. Which is why they don't have a very long expiration date. Look at that though. Triangle mochis, only in Kyoto. For some reason, they like to do mochi in triangles for some reason. Flat sheet. It smells milky. It actually does smell milky, so it may be a milk flavored mochi. But this is what they like to do. Have I actually had this before? I don't think I've ever had the Kyoto style mochi before, which is surprising considering I've visited there 3 times already and I've never actually got one until now. Let's see, what does the inside look like? White bean paste, but that's probably either actually white bean with milk flavor. I don't know if you're supposed to fold this or munch it normally. Hey Panzer, welcome! How's it going? We're doing some snack tasting as well as going through pictures. The mochi itself tastes a little bit milky already. How does the bean part taste? Mmm! Look how stretchy this is. Let's see, what's the best way to show it you? I'm pulling very slowly. Look how stretchy that is. Very stretchy. It's milky, but not like in a creamy sort of way. It tastes like they added a little bit of condensed milk in the bean paste. It tastes very condensed milk. Very condensed milk. Not very strong. Like they didn't lather it on. But just enough to where you can taste it, and it's still pretty strong. And it's good. This is very soft though. This is very delicate. I'm gonna have to save the rest of this for later. But this is good. If you ever see this anywhere, be it in Japan or outside Japan, highly recommend it. Highly recommend it. I also learned how to I learned how to read the kanji for condensed milk now. But I don't remember what the kanji for condensed milk is. Which is kind of funny. So but wait, can't you read it? Yeah, because I asked the lady at the ice cream shop. I was getting ice cream for myself and two other people from the group that tagged along. We got like one got a chocolate ice cream, another one got a sweet potato ice cream, which was pretty good. Was it sweet potato? I think it was sweet potato. And I got a condensed strawberry milk ice cream. No, not strawberry. Condensed milk strawberry ice cream. Let me get the picture if I have it. Do I have a picture of that sign? Please tell me I have a picture of the sign. Scrub. No, this is Kyoto still. It was after Kyoto. It was after... Oh no, I don't think I have it. At least not on here. Wait, hold up. Did I not put it on here? Did I not take a picture of it? Maybe I took it with something else. Hold up. I'm pretty sure I took a picture of it somewhere. Luggage storage, souvenirs... No, I didn't take a picture of it. Oh wait, I see the buns. Did I not put it in here? I did not put it in here. Oh no, here it is. Here it is. Not the picture I was looking for, but it's here. This one. So they had grape, peach, blueberry, chocolate vanilla. Strawberry, vanilla, matcha, of course, vanilla matcha. And I got this condensed milk strawberry, Renyu, apparently. Renyu Ichigo. I didn't realize I had a specific flavor for condensed milk. I don't think condensed milk anything was a flavor that I've seen ever in Japan until then. Not to say it doesn't exist, but I didn't see it until then. So that was something. Let's see, did I put this in an album? Because if I haven't, I need to put it in an album. Add to album. Let's put that in... Let's put that in the video. Does it taste even different than usual milk flavor? I'll be honest, I didn't taste too much of a difference. I just didn't want vanilla. Vanilla, you can taste it, kind of. But I didn't want the... I just wanted to give it a shot, see if it tasted any different. Not really. Here's the actual ice cream, though. Which still looks pretty good. It looks smaller than it actually is, but honestly, you don't need a whole lot of it. And for 350 yen? That's not terrible. That's not terrible for 350 yen. Okay. Here's the other mochi that I need to break into. This is special mochi. I think these are 2 different mochis. I haven't opened it yet, but if I remember correctly, this is black sesame and chestnut. Now, during the fall, they usually try to push the chestnut and sweet potato propaganda. I say propaganda. But they try to push the sweet potato and chestnut items because they are fall items. There are fall seasonal items. I'm not sure about the black sesame in particular. I feel like that's an any day kind of thing. But again, mochi doesn't have a very high, very long expiration date. Where is it? This one. So I gotta tap into this. I didn't get a whole lot of souvenirs, but I did get a whole lot of stuff. I'll show you all the loot through pictures at the end of the stream. Because, you know, you gotta... Does anyone here take loot pictures after going on a trip or going to an event? Is it just a me thing? I feel like everyone does it, but some people don't. Some people don't. This isn't a very fancy packaging as far as packaging goes, but they're simple ones. And there are not so fancy ones. They're fancy ones. I know, sometimes I'm a little bit hesitant to get the fancy ones. Ooh, the box is pretty nice though. Sometimes a little hesitant to get the fancy ones because sometimes they're not as good as they look. Other times they are. They really do like putting these pamphlets in there. Contact number or various things. I was actually able to read a lot more signs than I used to on this trip compared to previous trips because of all the studying I did. I can't read everything, but I was able to read quite a bit, or at least get the gist of quite a bit. It's not black sesame. So this is the chestnut one. And this is... Oh, it's potato. I'm hoping it's sweet potato. I know I got this for a reason. Kuri imo. Kuri imo. Nihongo Jozu. I actually got Nihongo Jozu. I actually had a lot of small conversations in Japanese between mainly clerks and cash register people, but also there was this one time in a ramen line. I was waiting in line to get seated in ramen, and they were trying to read a sign in English. Okay, these people were right in front of me. They were trying to read a sign in English, and for the most part, they did pretty good. Actually, they did pretty good until they got to this word. Let me type that out. Let me type this out. Until they got to this word. Now, to be fair, the first time I saw this word, I didn't know how to pronounce it either. Kue? Kuewe? Q? How do you say this? It's Q. I wouldn't know how to say this just by looking at it. So, and basically when I felt like I could jump in, I jumped in and said something. I'm not gonna repeat it in Japanese because I'm getting a stage fright. Not stage fright. I'm shy right now. I said something to the effect of, in Japanese, by the way, it's actually pronounced Q. And they were kind of surprised about that, and also surprised, I guess, at the same time to hear me speak in Japanese semi-decently, because I followed it up by, yeah, it's also in Japanese. It's a little bit difficult word to pronounce, so I kind of get where they were coming from. And after that, I got Nihongo Jozu, and I just laughed. I just laughed. No, the chopstick thing. Did you ever reply that you can also use chopsticks? The chopsticks thing never comes up. In all the time I've been to Japan, the chopsticks thing never comes up. I feel like it's kind of normal now to see foreigners able to use chopsticks, so they're not too surprised about that. But speaking, reading, understanding Japanese, that's still a feat. That's still a feat. So, you know, that's not a small thing. But yes, I did get Nihongo Jozud, and we just kind of laughed. I laughed, and they laughed at the same time because I think they kind of know the joke. I feel like they knew the joke, but I was so very tempted to say along the lines Ego Jozu, but I didn't. I didn't. I should have. I need to throw the Ego Jozu at someone at some point. I really do. Counter the Jozu. Yes, we need to count. We need to count. Oh wait, did that? Oh, the camera's froze. The camera froze. Let's see. Can we reset the camera? Deactivate. Activate. Oh, did we lose the camera? Did we lose the camera? Oh, the camera was recording at the same... No, was it recording? No, that shouldn't be a thing. Hmm? Was it recording? Hold up. Why is the... I may have to bring out the other camera if this thing decided to stop. So try to reconnect it. Okay. Webcam. Okay. Let me try to activate, deactivate. Okay, we're back. I don't know why it stopped. I hope that's not going to be a regular thing with this camera. Otherwise, this could be a little bit annoying. Not an issue, but annoying. But yeah, I do need to counter someone with the Jozu at some point. Anyway, we got chestnut and I'm assuming sweet potato, because it would be weird if it's just potato, which I don't think they do. I don't think they do just potato. It's usually sweet potato flavored something, but is it? But no, wait, here's the thing. Yaki imo is specifically grilled sweet potatoes. But what is sweet potato? Is it just imo? Because when you tell me imo, I'm thinking it's just regular potato, but no, jaga imo I think is regular potato. Jaga imo is regular potato. I think maybe it is just imo. There's jaga imo, there's yama imo. Yama imo is mountain potato, which is great in soba and stuff like that. Ooh, I can smell them. I still don't understand chestnut, but we're gonna do chestnut because the aroma of this thing is so strong. I smell the nutty flavor. I smell the nutty chestnut aroma even through my stuffed nose. It's still oh, that's still pretty stretchy. Very thin, very stretchy. Maybe a little bit stretchier than the milky one. Look at that. Oh. The chestnut flavor is also in the mochi itself. So nice. Mmm! There's actual chestnut pieces in that, that bean paste in the middle. Interesting. It's got... I still don't understand chestnut if I'm being perfectly honest. But it's got this nice, meaty nut flavor. Probably not the word you want to use on stream. But anyway, it's got a nice rich chestnut flavor that I can appreciate. I still don't understand chestnuts, but I can appreciate in this case. I'm usually a chestnut hater just because I don't understand it. Not because I don't like it, I just don't understand it. Flavor-wise, I don't understand it. That one's pretty good, actually. If I see this again, I'm probably gonna get it. But that's seasonal in fall, so I don't know if you'll see it outside of fall. Let's try the sweet potato one. Oh, I actually do smell the sweet potato. I did see actual whole sweet potatoes being sold, not by the Yaki Emo guy, but at Lawson's, or was it a different convenience store? At some convenience store, they were actually selling grilled sweet potatoes, but I never got it. I also never have tried Odin up to this day. I wanted to in this trip, but I didn't for some reason. So that's still a bucket list item for me. Odin, actual sweet potato. I have had sweet potato flavored things like waffles and other desserts, but not the actual thing. Let's see. Can't really taste the sweet potato itself on the mochi this time compared to the other ones, because the other ones tasted like what they were supposed to taste. How about the inside? It takes a little while to get into, but once you finally mash down the middle here, you can taste the texture of the sweet potato as well as the flavor, which is kind of nice. I think these two are great. I would still love some black sesame. I would still love some black sesame. Black sesame, I think, is my favorite as far as dessert flavors go. These are pretty good too. I don't think I've ever seen Odin in Korea just because it wasn't the season for it. I went there during spring. These are nice. I'm gonna have to finish this over the next few days though. So, I did want to try the Odin. I just didn't have the chance, I guess, because the thing is, this time around, we rented a bunch of guest houses, vacation houses / Airbnbs, and not me, but the group bought a bunch of other food. And so if I tried to get Odin, it'd be too much. So I didn't. I did have a chance to get it, I just didn't. How many ramen did I eat? I ate 2-cup ramen, a milk one, and I'm assuming a sesame one. I couldn't quite tell, but it was pretty thick. It seemed like it had a bunch of sesame, ground sesame in it. A milk seafood ramen, cup ramen, and a sesame ramen. I think that's what I had. And then I also had a monster ramen, literally a monster ramen. Let me show you. I may have posted this picture, but let me show you regardless. We were gonna go through the food pictures. No, 4. Technically 4 ramen. The other one, I don't know if you can call it ramen, but it's basically this one. Where's the pictures? This one. This is a Taiwanese beef noodle soup. Is it technically ramen? I guess. Apparently we ended up in a a Taiwanese noodle shop. So here's everyone else's orders. Chicken with sesame and a bunch of bean sprouts for some reason. Matcha boba. I don't know what kind of boba this is over here. Some kind of spicy noodle. If the pictures look blurry, that's because I was trying to get used to this particular camera. It's a new camera, and I did not realize it would do this. So apologies for the blurry pictures. But the beef noodle soup had a pretty good chunk of beef with all the tendon and stuff, so I appreciated that very, very much. We'll go through the rest of these pictures too. Oh wait, did I actually have another bowl of ramen that I didn't realize? Wait, what was this one? Oh, this is not mine. That's not my bowl of ramen. This was in Kamakura, which is known for their the whitebait fish, which is these things. Whitebait in this case is a baby sardine. And honestly, even if you try to eat these things, it doesn't taste any different from any other fish if you have a lot of them. And even if you try to eat just one, you can't really tell what it tastes like because it's so small. But it's a thing in Kamakura and Enoshima. I wanted to go to Enoshima that day, but couldn't. Used to eat a lot of them. In the Philippines, we usually make them into patties and fry them. We don't normally eat them like this. Just because they're so small. It's like, what's even the point? But we went to at least a fairly decent restaurant in Kamakura. That was... Oh, there's another thing. One gripe I had with my group, other than the ones I've already mentioned. There were 6 of us, total. And do you have any idea how tough it is to find a restaurant that will allow you to sit 6 people? Especially during dinner? Very difficult. During lunch it's a little bit more doable. Somehow, I don't know how. But do not, ever do not go in a group that big. 4 maximum. Ideally, you go to Japan either solo or with 1 or 2 more people. 4 max, no more than that. Because you will find it very quickly difficult to be seated anywhere. Also, something I should have realized from previous trips, if a restaurant looks like it might be popular, make a reservation for dinner. Otherwise, you're probably not gonna get in. Make a reservation for dinner. They usually have some online registering thing, so do that. I think throughout the entire thing, may have only eaten out for dinner once if you count the ryokan. Twice if you counted the last night. So twice. Mostly the only time we ate out was during maybe breakfast and definitely lunch, but not dinner. There were so many places I wanted to try, just random spots, but no, couldn't do it because lunch was either too late, like 1 or 2 p.m. And by the time dinner came around, no one was hungry. I'm like, but I wanted to eat more. I want to try other stuff. This is also why you go out and about at least 7 or 8 a.m. in the morning. I know it's early for some people, but still. Walk around, start exploring around 7 or 8 in the morning. That way you can actually have lunch closer to noon, and then maybe after walking around some more, you can actually have dinner. But if you don't do that, you're gonna end up with a bunch of stuff you got from the department stores. The stuff that you get from the department stores that might be... what do you call this? On sale because they're closing and stuff. You know, at the end of the day, they do have some sales. Which we got, which there is some good food there. And I guess also sometimes you just kind of want to rest. So you don't want to go out for dinner, you just want to buy all the stuff. eat at home, which is also okay. But let's see. I wanted to try some restaurants at night too, but that didn't really happen. So yeah, dinner was mostly either convenience food, department store food, or even home cooked. Because we actually had access to ovens at the time, which is pretty nice. I might faint if we have to eat around that schedule. Faint as in too much food, or faint as in not enough food. Tempura with soba. Let's see, which one did I have? I think this was my bowl. No, I didn't have udon. No, I did have udon. Soba. So I had the shirasu ochazuke with a soba, and that's so. What you're supposed to do here is there's the broth in this red water jug looking thing, and you're supposed to pour that over the rice and fish, and over here mix it all up, and use this paddle to serve the food from the bowl into a separate bowl and eat it from there. And they had a mini soba on the side. You see, we have the spring onions, wasabi, which I didn't use any wasabi, and the suyu. So that was nice. What was I looking for? I was looking for the other ramen. There were plenty of bakery. We did a lot of baked goods, and I'm very, very happy about that. Also, something I noticed that I didn't notice before. Hot chocolate from the vending machines. Now, around this time, when it gets a bit colder, there's a lot of hot items in the vending machines. Like, you'll actually see these red lights or red labels that says atatame or atatame. The blue label say sumitai, which is cold, atatame, warm, or you see red or blue. And if it's red, then it means it's warm. And not just warm, it's actually hot. It's actually hot. And if you're not careful, you can actually burn yourself. So I tried multiple hot chocolates. None of them were that good. Some of them were pretty milky, pretty richly flavored, but none of them were thick. I wanted a thick hot chocolate, and I feel like I never actually got one. Oronamin C? Which one is the Oronamin C? Also the the corn soup. The warm corn soup. I've had cold corn soup somehow one time, but the warm corn soup from the vending machines is great. Give it a try if you ever see it. Glass bottle? Oh, you mean this thing? I've seen it multiple times and I've never actually tried it myself. Though now that I see the label here, it's equivalent to 11 lemons. That's a little bit much. 11 lemons is a little bit much, so I feel like that'd be super sour. Maybe don't. They also used to serve coffee and other drinks in the regular cabins. Maybe even the green car, I'm not sure. Oh, the Shinkansen. They don't do that anymore. So instead they have the vending machine that serves the drinks you would have gotten on board on the Shinkansen platform. I didn't try any of them because it's mostly coffee. And I didn't really check to see if there was any hot chocolate one. I think there was. Ooh, this was good. This one was good. This was like a creamy, eggy bread. This was a curry bread, curry pan. Got the Kura Sushi. Of course, we got the Kura Sushi. We got multiple stuff from Kura Sushi, including non-sushi items. The canned soup from the vending machine, great. It's nice as a little treat. It's thick, It's thick and creamy with the corn bits. Love it, especially when warm. I've had it cold once by accident, and I did not like it as much. It's alright, but not bad. I like squid sushi. I think it's okay. They had several different kinds of squid sushi. Apparently had a whole squid, a whole mini squid sushi, and this is, I think, a spear squid sushi, which is just the body portion. I'm not very picky when it comes to food. Some things that might gross out people, I'm usually okay with. I've never actually had this one though. I just feel like, why bother? I think this is like a minced tuna or something. A minced tuna, is this a nigiri? I'm not sure. But it's a minced tuna sushi. And I've never tried that just because, what's even the point? I do like this tiny little fried shrimp. I think this is a marinated tuna. It's a little hard to tell. And this was the only time I've had alcohol during the entire trip. I needed it. I needed it that time, so I took it. Oh yeah, I guess I did have a very salty tonkotsu ramen from Kura Sushi, which I kind of expected. I've had their ramen before. It's nice for a fix, but it's not that good. It's honestly not that good. They did have, I think in season, crab sushi. And the crab was small. Let's be honest, it was a small crab. But it was pretty creamy. Pretty creamy, pretty sweet. So, would recommend for this price. And apparently there was an Ado gacha. I'll be honest, guys, I don't know anything about Ado. I just know they do music. And for some reason, everyone's crazy about Ado, and I'll be honest, I do not know why. But there was an Ado gacha, and I got to... we won 2 Ado gacha balls. I have one of them. I'll show you guys what it looks like later. Abalone sushi, which was actually pretty good. Actually pretty good. I tried the crab sticks from the convenience this time around, and it was pretty okay. It was pretty okay. Young talented Utaite. Is that really all Ado is? It's kind of funny though. A couple of people from the group, when they ordered drinks from the tablet, got one of these Ado drinks down here. I'm not sure which one's which, but I don't know if they don't know Ado. I barely know Ado. They definitely did not know Ado. And so it's kind of weird seeing this this purple-ish drink come up the conveyor belt. And they have this cardboard thing of some anime girl on the drink, with the drink. And most people would you know, save the cardboard thing, but none of us did. And I wasn't gonna go grab it. But these were the prizes you can get from the gacha. There were several keychains apparently. There were, I'm not sure what this one is. Magneto. These are magnets. I don't think I got a magnet. I think I got a Kuria Hado, a clear hard shell? What? Clear hard shell? So it's basically just a disc that you stick on stuff? I don't understand this one, to be honest. I actually don't understand this thing down here. But there's a magnet, there's the keychain, and I got one of these clear hard shell things, which it did look like just a disc, but I guess you just kind of stick out stuff. So yeah, here we go. 2 balls. And between the 6 of us, we ate 45 pieces. 45 pieces, 45 plates, and 1, 2. I'm not exactly sure what the gacha rate is, So there's a thing in Kura Sushi, which I don't think I noticed before, that if you pay a little extra, you're guaranteed to win something, I think, after every 3 or 30. And I think the rate might be 1 in 30, whatever that gacha rate is. It might, what is that, like almost 3%? Actual SSR gacha rates. Except everything is an SSR, because if you lose the gacha, you don't get anything. So if you don't know how this works, every 5 plates you get to roll. There's a mini game that shows up on your tablet. You have no control over the mini game. It's purely by chance. Every 5 you get your chance to roll for the gacha. So we rolled 9 times. Roughly 9 times for the gacha, and got 2 things. So I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 2 out of 9. Two SSRs out of 9 rolls. I would take that. What was this? Grilled oysters from Miyajima. We went to Miyajima. I did not have an okonomiyaki roll. This is new. This was not here 7 years ago in Miyajima. It looks like either an okonomiyaki crepe or a okonomiyaki burrito. For 400 yen though, I think it's worth a try. I just didn't try it because I was saving my stomach space for lunch. I was curious, not gonna lie. I did get a couple of skewers. We found a grilled skewer stand that were selling skewers for a very decent price. I think it was anywhere between 400 to 600 yen per stick. If you get those same sticks in Kawaguchiko, at least 1,000 yen per stick. Total ripoff. Don't do it there. Do it in Miyajima. They actually treat you well. And the quality of the cuts, actually pretty decent. This is beef tongue, which when I bit into it is a little bit tougher than the beef tongue I'm used to from Sendai. But then again, maybe it's because the beef tongue in Sendai was cut so thin. This is quite a bit thicker. But they had beef tongue, they had regular beef, they had chicken, they had pork, they had squid tentacles, as you can see. Just the tentacles. Is this squid tentacles or octopus tentacles? I think they're squid tentacles. They had just squid tentacles. That was a pretty good one. Food from Miyajima. Miyajima is known for their oysters, so try to get the oysters or the anago. One of the eels. Try to get eel or oysters while you're in Miyajima. We went into a restaurant, a pretty big restaurant. Didn't look very big from the outside, but it was actually bigger in the inside. Cuttlefish, I don't know. Cuttlefish tentacles would be longer, I feel like. But they had a bunch of stuff. I think one of their most popular dishes was this. It's basically a sampler set of 5 different bowls. It doesn't look like 5 different bowls, but they call it like a 5 seasons kind of thing. You have tempura, you have the eel, you have oyakodon, salad. There's supposed to be oysters somewhere. I don't see any oysters though. This is the one I got. This is the one I got. Tempura, miso on the side. There's always miso on the side if you get a set. And a pot in this very heavy wooden thing. But a rice pot with eel and veggies. It's pretty good. Little close up on the eel here. This is not the unagi. I think this is anago. I know with unagi the eel is quite a bit bigger, and you can get like a whole long thing. That's not what they do over there. This was pretty interesting though. This dessert is very interesting. What do you think this is? Just by looking at this, what do you think this is? Give me an answer and I'm gonna get some more hot water for the tea. Be right back. Pineapple egg. Definitely not both. It's not pineapple, but yes, it is egg. So what they call this is an egg milkshake. However, there is no milk whatsoever. It's just egg. This entire quote-unquote milkshake is just egg. Shaved ice, possibly just the egg yolk. I would hope just the egg yolk, because if they added egg whites to this, it'd be very weird. But I'm assuming 2 or 3 egg yolks, no milk whatsoever, according to the menu. And shaved ice. What else is there? A few mochi balls. Yeah, there's a couple of mochi balls. This was really good. This was really good. I don't know if they do anything else in particular to the egg other than mix it up with the ice. I'm assuming they do something else. Maybe add a little sugar, but it wasn't very sweet. It was sweet because of the egg, not because of sugar. This was very interesting though. And of course we have the kakigori, matcha kakigori with the sweet, with the beans and the mochi. The matcha was very bitter. The matcha was super bitter. That was pretty good. Conjure eel. So it was a nago. This is a nago, which I think is the sea eel. Unagi, I think, is the river eel, which you can't get in Hiroshima / Miyajima, but you can get that in Kyoto, I believe. So look for it there if you want unagi, because they have anago instead over here. The prices still aren't terrible. I would have thought the prices would be much more expensive than what is listed over here, considering 1, it's a tourist spot, 2, as you can see, the plates, the presentation is quite fancy. But that's not bad. Honestly, the prices are not bad, especially for set menus. Would go again. This is the shop, by the way. It doesn't look very big from over here, but they have multiple seats in the front. They even have seating towards the back in a traditional tatami area. And I think they even have a second floor. I don't know what the second floor looks like, but we got seated in the main area. They also have a bar counter, I guess for smaller groups. If you'd like beer, this was not a thing 7 years ago for sure, but they now have a Miyajima branded IPA as well as a lager. I'm not a beer person, but give it a try whenever you're there. I don't know if it's available only in fall, so just keep that in mind. They also have an oyster stout made from actual oysters, apparently. Okay. I'm hoping the deer beer is not made from actual deer. Just saying. Drinks come 500, 750, 900 yen, depending on the size, or you can get a flight. Try 3 different things for 1,000. I think that sounds like a better deal. Unless you know what you want specifically. I tried this though. Fried momiji manju is absolutely great. Like, you wouldn't think fried manju would be that good, but regular manju is okay. I've never been fond of it, but fried manju, holy crap, is on another level. Didn't try the fried creamy fish. Didn't try the oyster on momiji manju. I didn't even realize that was a thing. Oiled oyster? What the heck is that? But no, that's what I got. I got 2 of these, by the way. I got a cheese age manju and a custard age manju. Both really hot, both really good. Regrets. Did not get to try the Pokemon themed donuts from Mr. Donut. Always wanted to do it, never got the chance, or we were too full trying to hurry back home. I would have at least wanted to try for breakfast, but no, breakfast was in the place we were staying at because we have way too much food that we bought. So never got a chance to eat breakfast. Saw cursed Diglett pictures of the Diglett donut. How was it cursed? I don't know how it's cursed, to be honest. Because you can see under the Diglett? Is that why it's cursed? You're not supposed to see under the Diglett? I do wonder what they made the Diglett out of. Or is it just another donut on top of the donut for the Diglett? Ah, man. I know if I go there next year, I'm not gonna see this again. So I should have gotten it. Some got their Diglett with crooked face or necks. Oh, is that what happened? Apparently you can also get these from the Mr. Donut. I don't know if this is like a gacha roll or you buy these separately. Personally, I wouldn't have gotten any of them just because it's not my thing. But if you're a Pokemon fan, there's this. This was the one I was looking for. The other ramen I was looking for. This is literally called a mega ramen. Mega chashu ramen with a gigantic fried piece of pork on top of other pork over here. Spicy. I got a spicy version. It was gigantic. Actually big. I think I do have footage of me eating this ramen top down. I haven't seen what it looks like yet. So I'm gonna have, like I said, I have to look through all my footage at some point and see which ones are usable and which ones are not usable. But it was great. It was actually great. Would I do it again? Maybe not the following day. It was way too much. It was actually way too much. Would not do it like 2 days in a row. Maybe the next week or the next 2 weeks. It was just that heavy. Honestly, it was just that heavy. But it was good. Soybean ice cream. If you ever have a chance to try soybean ice cream in Kyoto or anywhere else in Japan, give it a try. I actually like it. Better than vanilla in my opinion. Much better if it has if it's made from ground soybeans and it's not just soybean flavored or soy milk. Because look at this color. Look at this color. Oh, wait, no. Back up, back up. This is actually just vanilla ice cream with soybean powder. That's what it was. It's not. So it is ground. It is ground soybeans. It's soybean powder. It's mixed into the vanilla ice cream, okay? But you can see the color. It's not just soy milk. It's soybean powder, which I feel which has a nuttier taste compared to soy milk. Soy milk has no nutty taste. Tell me I'm wrong. No, tell me I'm wrong if I'm actually wrong. It's been a while since I had soy milk. I was trying to compare the Japanese and English menus for this one place in Inari, and it seems like everything was pretty much the same. I know they're trying to do a two-tier system, a two-pricing system in some place in Japan. I wasn't a fan of that, which is why I avoided Himeji as much as possible this trip. Have not been to Himeji, probably never will be if they keep that up. But tried a bunch of different things. Their sushi set, Inari sushi, and what is this one? Herring. I think it's herring. Herring. Got the tendon, the tempura with over rice, and quail. I don't know if you know how big quails are, but quails are tiny. And apparently it was a specialty at this shop, so it's like, okay, let's give it a try. Tried it. Meat, very, very tough. Meat, also very, very small. Also, do you see this over here? Do you see this over here? That's a quail head. That's the quail head. This is the quail butt. This is the quail body. I did not eat the head. I was not brave enough for that. Yeah, I've never actually seen them in the flesh either. But those quail eggs have to come from somewhere, right? They do have to come from somewhere. Now, normally I'm not a fan of dango, but holy crap, this dango was really good. Maybe because it was fresh. Maybe because it was fresh. It was also very, very soaked in the sweet soy sauce. Maybe a little bit too much. But fresh dango, get them whenever you can. Unfresh dango, I don't know. I'm not a fan of it. In a different ice cream shop, there was a purple sweet potato, not ube. Very different. Purple sweet potato shaving over an ice cream. I think it was vanilla ice cream. And chestnut shavings. These were both very good. These were both in Nara, by the way. We went to Nara that day in hopes of finding deer after visiting Fushimi Inari. However, we barely saw any deer. One or two reasons I can think of off the top of my head why we didn't see any deer, or hardly any deer, in the usual places. It was probably too late in the day, and so they probably went back to where they came from, wherever the heck they stay, there in Nara. They're not penned up, they roam freely, so I do not know where they stay. Maybe there's a forest nearby? I think there is actually a forest nearby, I just don't know where it is. And maybe saw like a handful of deer, like literally 5. 2 were behind a fence in a construction area for some reason. Another 2 were, one was in the middle of the street, like literally in the middle of the street. Well, maybe not literally in the middle of the street. It was like, you know, the island that separates like one street from another. One was there chewing on grass for whatever reason. Another was by a government building doing the same thing on the other side of the street. It's like, how did you get there with all this traffic? Then again, they're kind of protected in Nara, so I guess if someone sees a deer, they just kind of have to just, you know, they just kind of go through. I saw this in the so you'll see gacha everywhere, but there are certain places where it's just gacha stuff everywhere. I was very, very tempted to roll this one. Ultimate equipment for women. What the heck does this mean? Why is it R18? Is this a dildo? I don't understand. There is also this Hitachi one though. And there's also equipment for men. There's also ultimate equipment for women. There's also ultimate equipment for men. And there was one specifically that says glass penises in a gacha ball, which I don't think is big enough to go anywhere. But I guess if you want to display it, sure, have at you. I was very tempted to roll them, but I was with other people, so I didn't do that. I did not do that. I also do not know why this is what this is doing in the food folder. So, yeah, the choya stuff. This is okay. So this is the mini version of the choya plum wines I was talking about earlier. I didn't see any of the big ones, surprisingly, but they had small ones for you to try for a mere 108 yen, which is actually pretty darn cheap if you just want a shot of it. Definitely a lot better than a 1 cup sake. Get this over the 1 cup sake. 1 cup sake is quite a bit, but also is absolutely terrible. Don't do it. I got this one though. 3 of these for 600 yen, 200 yen each. More expensive than the regular kind, but also very special. Bread. We went to Okonomiyaki in Osaka because we couldn't do it in Hiroshima. I wanted to get okonomiyaki in Hiroshima, but I couldn't do it because we were a little bit too early for the dinner. What do you call this? For the dinner portion. I think we got there around 4-ish. Couldn't wait another hour to get food. So instead, we got the kura sushi instead, which you saw earlier. And so I didn't get my fix of Hiroshima-style okonomiyaki this time around, which I wish I did, but couldn't. Again, we also had 6 people, so I don't know if we were gonna be able to fit everyone in that stall, in the stalls anyway. It's like counter stall where you can probably fit 12 people at most, and if we got the 6 people in there, we would be like half the stall. And surprisingly, I didn't realize you could do this, though I guess it kind of makes sense. They have reservations for everything. There was one okonomiyaki place that was reserved for the night, so it's like, okay. So we got our okonomiyaki fix in Osaka, and it's a lot smaller than the Hiroshima ones that I've had before. They had several different ones. This was this shop's particular one, which it had beef tendon, squid, and a bunch of other stuff mixed in. You can't see it because Osaka likes to mix all their things in the batter and then serve it to you like this. I think also this might be the first time I've ever had Osaka style okonomiyaki. I prefer the Hiroshima one better though. Personally speaking, I like that one better. We did get takoyaki. We did get takoyaki in this one famous place. I don't exactly know what the name of the shop is, but here the guys hard at work. I got videos of this I need to see. I'll check out later. 6 pieces, 580 yen. 10 pieces, 960 yen. Almost 100 yen per piece. I think you can get it cheaper elsewhere. And it will be about the same quality, I feel like. But these guys were hard at work. Decently long line that moved pretty fast. Very hot. I got a cheese takoyaki, so there was a little bit of cheese in there, but I couldn't really tell because it was gooey. It's gooey like takoyaki normally is. And then there's this guy right next door selling their takoyaki for a little bit cheaper. Maybe it's about the same price. And hardly any line. He was doing his thing. I guess these were locals over here. And yeah. The other line, the line they told you not to worry about, and there's this other line. Supposedly #1 takoyaki, but where's the line? Why does this one have a very short line despite being #1 takoyaki, and next door has the actual longer line? I don't understand. I didn't even see the other guy until after I got out of the line, so. I did also want to get kushikatsu at that time, but most of the group was like tired, wasn't really hungry from lunch, even though the okonomiyaki was pretty small. I wanted some kushi and couldn't get any kushikatsu. Oh well. Also, I think that's the first time I've ever seen diapers being sold at a vending machine, which was only in Osaka, by the way. And it's called Goon. Goon diaper. Or Goon diaper. Apparently they also sell chips, Kit Kat, and stockings in this particular vending machine. I do not know who decided to put this combination of stuff, but diaper vending machine with Goon diaper and stockings and chips and the usual drinks. Weird. Okay, we'll leave it at that. But yeah, I did mention we did get a bunch of food from department stores. We got some dumplings, we got some shomai, some very not so crispy tempura at that point. Decent, but not so crispy. Lots of fried stuff on sale. Oh, this was from the tea house in Nijo Castle. This was great. One of the better hot chocolates I've had. Thicker and richer than the ones from the vending machine for sure. But I would have loved it a little bit thicker on the hot chocolate. The apple pie was pretty good, and this was ice cream. And caramel sauce over the apple pie. Great. There was also some matcha dango ice cream with I think caramel in there. Pretty good. Pretty good. Restaurant with skewers. This is una. Oh, it's unaju. That's what they call it. Not unagi. Unaju. Eel over rice. This is where you get the bigger eel. This was in Kyoto, by the way. Surprisingly enough, this restaurant was on top of the Yodobashi camera by the station. If you didn't know, there's a restaurant floor at Yodobashi camera near Kyoto Station, which I never realized there was. At the bottom floor, though, I think there's a Burger King for some odd reason. So if you want to do that, feel free. But there's also a bunch of other restaurants that didn't seem to have a lot of people in it, but because maybe people didn't know about it. But this was pretty good. There's a bunch of different stuff here. Fried fish. I think this is salmon or mackerel. It's a little hard to tell. But the sets, we also got some beef. Croquet. Pretty good beef. Pretty good croquet. Also got some chicken skewers with fried garlic, I think. Fried garlic and pepper. Not bad. Right next to us, though, was a steak shop. Which, if you look at this coming from anywhere else that does steak, it doesn't look very appetizing. Also, kind of expensive. 3,000 yen for the hero steak? How big is that steak? I don't think I know, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Maybe at some point I'll give it a try. If I see it again. But that's a pretty expensive meat. There was a beef. There was an actual Wagyu restaurant like around the corner in that same floor, where you can do like hot pot or yakiniku. Wanted to go there, but it's just all beef. And if that's what you're there for, great, go for it. But I think we wanted something a little bit more variety, so we went for the other one, which is okay. This is at the ryokan. The ryokan, depending on how fancy it is, will give you a welcome drink. In here we got matcha and some special manju, which tastes like any other manju, to be honest. But this is where the real special stuff was. This one, I actually have this. I'm going to show it to you right now. Let's see. What do I have? So this is basically a cracker, but not just any cracker, an apple cracker. Can you see this? It's a little hard to fit into the camera, but apparently they got an International Taste Institute award from Brussels 2024, just this year. So Superior Taste Award. This is for an apple cracker in this particular hotel. You want an apple cracker, Reina? Hold up, let me open this up. But they show you their process back here. Freshly selected apples. Grab the apples, press it into a cracker. Nothing else. At least I don't know if there's anything else. Is there anything else in here? I don't know. I don't know if they add any flour or whatnot, but this was really good. And they had a what do you call this? A souvenir shop. That's what word I was looking for. They had a souvenir shop where they sold this stuff, and I was hoping they sold this stuff because it was really good, and I wanted more of it than just the one cracker per person that they put in the room. Senbei but apple? Let me show you. Since we actually had the thing here, let me show you. It's not senbei. I don't think it's anything like senbei, but it's the one I had anyway was very crispy. Very much goes great with tea and tasted only of apple. So I'm assuming it's just an apple, but very flattened, very dried.
better than the apple crisp that you would get from the dried apple crisp that you would get from the supermarket. Because the dried apple crisp you get from the supermarket aren't crispy at all, and they're all kind of like, what do you call this? You know, they're kind of in Tagalog we would call it makunat, which is I guess a way to say, crap, I'm tearing this apart. It's its fate. It's a little bit. Screw it. I can't open this without saving the packaging. I'm ruining the packaging. It's a little bit normal dried apple crisps are not very crispy. They are a little bit soft, chewy. Maybe not chewy, but they're soft. Not this. If I can, you know what? Cardboardy? I don't know if it's cardboardy, to be honest. The packaging was the best part, and then you get this very plain white box. However, inside the plain white box, we have... How many do we have? Well, we'll find out. We have these. Oh wait, did I turn on the thing again? This, here we go again. Here's the award. No, over here. The award from Brussels 2024 Superior Taste. Which is actually, they have pictures and everything. Diamond Taste Award. I don't know what the award is for, but here's their history. We'll probably save this for a Japanese reading practice stream or something. But this is the actual thing that you saw in the picture. Sometimes you can actually buy the thing that they give you. How many do we have? 16. Hold up. I had to blow my nose. I'm getting stuffy again. Sick. Muting. Oh my gosh, how many tissues did I use for that one? That's crazy. I'm still recovering. Not disease, but the cold doesn't want to give up so easily. But anyway, here's the package. Here's the actual package. Let's actually open this up. I'm gonna try not to crack this thing. It's not delicate, but I want to show it to you because it's pretty neat. Okay, so here's one side of it. Kind of looks like a tree bark, right? On the other side, so I guess there is a little bit of a senbei here on the outside, the actual cracker. It's very thin. Can you see that? Can you see how thin it is? Very thin, and you have this apple, dried apple pressed into the senbei. It's not actually embedded, but it's like stuck on there. And that's an actual apple slice, by the way. It's not just apple flavor, it's actual apple slice. And let me turn off the noise gate and the music so you can see, so you can hear how crispy this thing is. Let's mute that. Let's mute the chat BGM. Crunch, right? Look, you can, if you look at this from the crunchy bits, you can see where the apple and the I guess it's a crepe. I guess it technically is a thin crepe. It's very crunchy, and the apple flavor, because it's natural, is really nice. It's really, really nice. And I don't think you can get this anywhere but the ryokan that this came from. I feel like you can't get it anywhere but that exact ryokan. However, we do have a website down here. If you want to check that out, see if they have anything on there. Maybe you can get it from there. Otherwise, you're gonna have to maybe go in the Kawaguchiko area and get it from there. So, yeah. But it's a really nice wafer. Goes very well with tea. And this is the kind of thing you don't want to like scarf down. You just kind of want to enjoy it, savor it, savor the apple, savor the crunchiness, savor the sweetness. It's not very sweet. No extra added sugar. Doesn't need it. It's just apple and very crunchy wafer. Very crunchy. I do have a few other things here that we'll try out that I haven't gotten to. I think I have like 3 more snacks here. And I have a couple of Kit Kats, but we're not going to do the Kit Kats today. We'll do the Kit Kats another time. We'll do the Choya flight another time. But let's see. What? Well, since we're here, the ryokan food. I mentioned that this was not my favorite ryokan food because I mean, flavor-wise, it was okay. It was what you would expect, I guess. But there wasn't a whole lot of it. There wasn't a whole lot of it. I wanted more. Maybe I was just hungry at the time. But they did give us several cuts of meat and veggies that you grill on top of a stone slab. But there's not a whole lot there. There's not a whole lot there. This pot over here is a miso pot. I've never seen that before, but they treated the miso like it was tea here for some reason. You got a couple of dipping sauces for the meat and veggies. We have some veggies, not these ones. These are salmon something. I don't remember what it is, but there was a menu. I don't know if I put the menu here. And I know there was cheese, veggies, steamed veggies. I think these sauces were for the steamed veggies. I definitely sauced them up though, because otherwise it's just steamed veggies. Ah, here's the menu. One of the smaller menus I've seen. Original homemade rose wine, which was actually really, really great. Okra, stewed figs and wine, salmon carpaccio. I don't know what that means, but I'm guessing it's this one. It's this orange one over here. Let's see. Japanese beef, beef loin, pork loin. That was the sashimi. No, that was a sashimi platter. This was the yakiniku on the stone. Vegetable, seasonal fish, cuttlefish, scallop flavored grill. What is a butterbur? I don't know what a butterbur is. But this was like, normally when I do these ryokan meals, you would expect to at least 3 or 4 courses. We got, I guess 3. I guess technically we got 3 courses. This was the main meal. You know, normally they don't do the main meal right away. It's like some sort of appetizer first, and then the main meal, which is a little bit bigger, or at least a little bit more substantial than this. But we didn't get that. I don't know. It just felt very underwhelming. This was the rose wine. The rose wine was very good, but there were a lot of smaller dishes. This was, what was this one? I think this was like a crab dumpling, which is actually pretty nice. This was yuba, which I think was tofu skin, and inside the tofu skin was like shredded crab. It tasted like shredded crab, but the whole thing was so soft and pillowy. Not what I expected. It was really good though. And for dessert we have a muscat jelly with the muscat grape and a strawberry cake. A very small strawberry cake. Breakfast was a little bit more than I expected, to be honest. We have a cold piece of salmon, which is okay. You can heat it up with other stuff. Salmon. What is this? Poached egg in soy sauce. Boiled veggies, mushrooms, and you use a ponzu dip to give it a little bit extra flavor. We got some mentaiko over here, some other veggies. What was this one on the corner up here? This was cheese, tomato, and I think some kind of shellfish. Over here, this dark cup over here, I think was eggplants and something else. Yeah, this was pretty good with the sauce. Otherwise, it's just kind of just boiled in water. Salmon could use a little heating, but it's all right. Oh yeah, we also got some radish, marinated radish, miso, of course. I think it was ham underneath this. We also got it's not yogurt, some kind of a strawberry jelly. And they gave you like a choice of rice, either veggie rice, regular rice, or okayo. And you can get seconds if you wanted to, which I didn't realize until the very end. Apparently some people were asking for seconds on rice and I didn't realize it. Otherwise I probably would have gotten a second helping of rice. Where was this one? This was... Oh, this must have been my... Was this the last meal? This was the last meal in Japan, which is not what I wanted to do. We were in a family restaurant. I forgot what the family restaurant's name was. But we were in a family restaurant. I wanted to go to an izakaya. At first I wanted to go to Torikizoku, which is the chicken skewer place. But I got overruled on that one. So it's like, okay, let's go to the Hokkaido... what was it? The Hokkaido izakaya. Went to the Hokkaido izakaya and apparently the whole place was booked out for the night. It's like, really? Okay. So we just went for something easy. I was unsatisfied at that point of the day. So we went for something easy. We went to a family restaurant and holy crap. The family restaurant was kind of dingy. It's like this one family restaurant right underneath Ueno Station. If you know what that is, let me know, because I don't remember the name. It was right next to a soba shop or a ramen shop. I'm not sure which one. It was around that area near Amayokucho. But this is apparently when someone else ordered this, they thought it was just like some kind of sauteed veggies and seafood with sauce. What they didn't realize was this was actually a ramen dish. So instead of getting just like a flat bowl or a flat plate with all the saucy veggies and seafood and a bowl of rice, and they got instead a gigantic bowl of noodles with all the other stuff in it. So it's basically a Chinese seafood bowl, a Chinese seafood ramen bowl. Which, by the way, there's so much Chinese food these days in Tokyo. Not just Tokyo, a lot of places, at least along the tourist routes in Japan. And I'm a little off-putted by it, but it's like, okay, fine. I guess there's a lot more Chinese tourists, and that's why they're doing a bunch of Chinese food. But I guess also the Japanese people also like their Chinese food now. I don't know. I feel like it wasn't quite a thing outside of the Chinatowns, but maybe these days it's more of a thing. But also because of the Chinese tourists. But they ordered this as a set with the rice. Normally, if you get rice with a ramen bowl, you're supposed to... Not supposed to, what a lot of people do though, is after finishing up all the noodles and all the stuff here, they put the rice into the bowl and have the rice soak up all the other soup and stuff like that. So didn't do that. Instead, they put the soup into the rice bowl, which is also valid. and that's how they want to eat it. So who am I to say otherwise? But yeah, Chinese food ain't the same in Japan. They're another universe to explore. They kind of are. I mean, we went to a place that did dim sum. It was the most expensive dim sum ever that I've ever tried. Out in Japan, outside Japan. It was not worth it. Honestly, not worth it. Because it was just overpriced. Anyway, I was salty that day, and I said no more Chinese food. No more. Do I actually have the picture though? We did go to a Burger King, not Burger King, McDonald's. By the way, Grimace Shake. Did I mention that? Grimace Shake is still alive over there. Did I show the Chinese food? Well, okay. Well, this was the dim sum menu. You have 2 hours. We didn't go for the entire 2 hours because we actually got full after maybe after the 6th or 7th round of ordering food. By the way, each round of orders was like maybe 6 to 8 items, so it was a lot of food. But almost 3,000 yen per person. Okay, 3,000 yen per person. If you do a set meal instead, I think it's roughly 1,500 yen per person. I'm not sure if the sizes are that much bigger per person. I feel like if we realized they actually had set items instead, we would have gotten that, but we didn't. We just went for the easy one. We went for the dim sum. We got a bunch of stuff in the dim sum. I gotta say, for the most part, they were pretty good. However, it is overpriced. Way overpriced. I don't know how much you would have to eat to make this worth it. But this is way overpriced. Gotta inhale the food to be worth it. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how many of these you would have to eat though. I feel like you probably have to eat at least 10, 15 dishes per person for this to be worth it. What was that? 15 times, let's say 10. 10 times 6, 60. If it's 15, 90. We didn't get that far. We probably got close to 60, but not even 60. And some people ate more than others, but that's just kind of how it goes. And I feel like the menu was kind of meh for a Chinese dim sum. Sure, you got some dumplings here, you got soups. The duck was actually pretty good. You actually got mapo tofu, you have separate orders of rice, you have steam buns, but it doesn't have all the other typical stuff you would see in a Chinese dim sum. Where's the gigantic where's the gigantic dumplings that kind of look like they're flopping all over the place? They don't really have something though. I'll look for it later. I don't know. This is not your typical Chinese dim sum menu, and would not do it again. At least from this particular place, would not do it again. So, we were in Ueno, by the way, if that says anything. This though, my highlight of any Japan trip: raid the bakery and see what they got. See what they have in the bakery. They didn't call these things up here. They didn't call it melon pans because they're technically not melon pan. Apparently, they call them sunrise for whatever reason. Melon pan has a cookie outside. This one doesn't. It's just straight up bread, but with the melon pan look to it. What's with you and bread? Bread is great. I don't know what you're talking about. Bread is great. By the way, all the albums I'm gonna show here, I'll put in the link later. So we did Kawaguchiko, we did the food. Maybe this might not be interesting for some people, but I'm gonna quickly go through it. Ever since I've been, well, maybe not 2015, but ever since 2017, I've been collecting stamps all over Japan. And I have so many stamps now. I have like half a booklet of stamps collected. Guys, don't forget about all the other souvenirs, but if you want a souvenir that lasts you, get a nice notebook. Get a nice notebook that you can fit even big stamps on. Some of the stamps get pretty big, like this one over here. Some of the stamps get pretty big. Get a nice notebook. And use it as your stamp stamp book for whenever you visit Japan. Look at this. There's so many stamps you can collect from a bunch of different places. I may not put myself in pictures that often, but I collect the stamps wherever I go, so I can say, yep, I've been there. I would say this one is a rare stamp on this side. This is the Kuroyu stamp, all the way in Nyuto Onsen. Nyuto Onsen, which is all the way deep in the mountains of, where is it? I think it's Aomori. I want to say Aomori. Not a lot of people get to even go to Kuroyu. So I got the Kuroyu stamp. And a bunch of other ones. Okay, I don't know where the Vinland Saga one came from. I feel like I got that from Hakodate for some reason. But collect stamps. I am an advocate of having a stamp book. If you plan to visit Japan, even once, just have a place where you can put stamps that you can look back to. Because this actually tells you where you've been and where you've gone. Also, apparently they have some stamps in Korea. Not a whole lot, but they have some stamps. So I got some stamps from Korea too. Look at this. Where else am I gonna get like a squid stamp? This is Hakodate. I think I have 2 or 3 Hakodate stamps for some reason. This is their ropeway up to Hakodate Mountain, which I've never been up to because first time I went there, the ropeway was under inspection for the time I was there, so I couldn't do that. Second time around, it was raining! Yay, couldn't go up there. So, converted me to collect stamps even though I am broke and unlikely to leave my country in a given situation. Whenever you get the chance, just have a notebook that you can put stamps in. Don't put in your passport. Just don't put in your passport. The thing with, at least with stamps though, they're free. I think there was only one time I've seen that you actually had to pay for stamps, and that was going to Rabbit Island. I don't know what that was about. But for the most part, at least 99% of the time, they are free. So if you find a stamp, just stamp it. Stamp it in. There's so many different ones. So many different ones. And my notebook is filled to the brim with it. So yeah. Do I want to go to Loot yet? I want to show something really quick. I've been to Hiroshima three times, and Kyoto 3 times. Hiroshima, there's a lot more people going to Hiroshima these days compared to before. Also, oversized luggage compartment on the Shinkansen. I think they added that in the recent years. You gotta get a reservation for these, but yeah, don't bring too much luggage in any case. It's a pain in the butt. Hiroshima, before 7 years ago, had a much simpler payment system, but now they have this weird thing on the trams. There's an English and Japanese to this, where you have to touch your IC card to the blue reader first when you get on. And then you have to touch the IC card again on the yellow reader when you get off. Now this is very confusing. This was not a thing, I feel like, until recently. And when we first got on, it's like, what the heck is going on? I don't know how this works. And apparently it wasn't just us. Anyone visiting Hiroshima from anywhere else in Japan, I feel like also got confused. So it's like, and they were Japanese people too. It's like, what the heck is going on? They were making IC cards unusable in some locations. I haven't heard about that. I think what's happening in that situation is that you can use a touch to pay with your credit card, which might be better in the long run, honestly. So I haven't had that situation where I've had to do that yet, but I know it's an option in some places. But over here in Hiroshima, for their tram system, they have 2 different readers, which doesn't make any sense, to be honest. The upside to this, no, the downside to this, obviously, is it's very confusing. Even, especially for some people who don't visit Hiroshima that often, whether you're from Japan or not in Japan. The other thing is that the upside to this is that if you're within the city, it's a flat 220 yen from point A to point B, anywhere. So that's good. If you forget to tap in one place, you can tap in another place and tap out a different place, and it would still be the same price. It'd be a little bit weird, but that's how it was there. If you're in Hiroshima, you gotta visit the Peace Memorial part. I feel like there's also a lot more people than I saw the first time, or even second time I went here. Yeah, you gotta go here for the history. The one huge thing though that I've noticed is this wharf area. Probably didn't capture it very well with the pictures, but the wharf area did not used to look like this. It didn't have like this whole thing. Hold up. Do I have pictures of that? I think this might be out of order. So it didn't used to be this whole thing over here with the harbor and this ticketing system. This was not here 7 years ago. Let me show you what it was like 7 years ago. I actually do have pictures of that. And it's weird seeing the comparison between now and then. Well, let me put this in a new tab so we can just go back and forth. So the way to the harbor to get to Miyajima is more or less the same. You gotta go to a certain station and then walk down. But the harbor just used to look very, very simple. Very simple. You see this over here? This is what it used to look like. Just a simple ticketing machine, a counter. This building, I feel like it's completely gone now. It got renovated entirely. Instead, and also the 7-Eleven, also completely gone now. They put a train station where this is, and this is now a gigantic wall here with this complex. What do you call this? I don't know what you call this. Lines? I think lines. But no, we just had a simple ticket counter here before. Barely anyone went to Miyajima. Even this was summer of 2017 summer. Not a whole lot of people were going there. Now it's like crazy. A heck ton more people than there used to be. I mean, look at this wharf area. Very simple. You just have a shed, but a simple plastic roofing, and now they have all this metal roofing, all these fences. And you see how much emptier these places are? Not so much anymore. Not so much. I did get merch here. I got the squishy little... I got a... the camera froze again. This is just gonna be a thing with the camera, isn't it? It's just gonna be a thing with the camera, and I'm gonna have to like reset it every single time. Okay, let's try that again. Let's see how it is. Okay, so you're gonna have... How often does this have to happen? Do we have to reset you on here too? Yes, I think we do. Here we go. Squishy deer. I wanted to get another deer, but it would have been I don't know. I feel like it would have been not as squishy as this one. But I have a squishy little deer that I put on my bags now and use in a couple of pictures. I'm thinking of using this for pictures from now on. But there was also a gigantic version of this. Where is it? These pictures are out of order. There was a gigantic picture. Here we go. This thing. Oh, it's not on it. It's not on it. This thing. You see how gigantic this thing is? It's like a gigantic deer pillow. you can, if you get this and try to put in your luggage, I feel like it wouldn't fit very well. I don't know how you would take this back with you. I feel like there's one of those things you can only buy if you're in Japan, or ship it back ship it back to where you came from. But they had this gigantic chonker. It's not very expensive either. 1,500 yen for a gigantic squishy deer plushie? Yes. The emoji nui? Is it what is a nui? You mean these things? These things over here, these freaky squiggly things. So they have a oyster version, they have the shika, the deer, the Miyajima shika, and a bunch of other weird ones. Or you're talking about these kawamoji ones with the headgear. They even have a PN one for whatever reason. They even have a PN one. Not gonna lie, I was tempted to get these shirts. Shika des. Shika. With all the Shika memes. PN is legend. The deer were around, and it was kind of funny. The deer were around, and there was this announcement going all over the entrance of the harbor, saying beware of the male deer during fall because it's the breeding season, right? And they tend to get aggressive. However, if you look at the male deer, this is a male deer. Horns are gone. The horns have fallen off and molted away. So they can't use their antlers anymore, which probably means mating season is over. And so they're very chill. They're just kind of like sitting around looking at all the weirdos coming into the island. This is not the highest concentration of deer on Miyajima, but I think there is a Momiji Park, which I didn't get a chance to go to. They can still tackle an Isekayu. I guess they are a ball if you think about it. They could, but they were all very chill. Even the small deer that were roaming around were very, very chill. The thing that a lot of people like to go and do in Miyajima, most people don't even realize there are deer on Miyajima. Like if you think Nara Park is the only place with deer, no, Miyajima also has deer. And I feel like I like the deer in Miyajima better than I do in Nara Park. Just a personal thing. Just a personal thing. This vending machine is still here though. This was here. Was this here before? Where's the? I didn't put the picture of that vending machine here. This was deer in the summer. You can see that they have horns. This is what their horns look like in the summer. And these are the small deer that roam around. They're still there. They're still there. Did I get any small deer? But yeah, the horns are gone. The horns are gone because they molted away. The thing that a lot of people like to do when they get to Miyajima is get a picture of this torii gate, or at least get to this torii gate while it's still low tide. However, by the time we got there, the water was this far in already. I did have a chance though, many, many years ago, to see the torii when it was still pretty dry up to the base of it. See that? See how many people they were here before in summer? In 2017, 7 years ago. Compared to now, which is like crazy, lots of people. Well, maybe I don't show it here, but there's a crazy amount of people. See all these people here at the entrance of the wharf? Compared to back then, not as many. Not as many back then. Also mostly Japanese too, back then compared to now, which is like maybe over 50% tourists. And this place, which is their shopping district, this was around noon in summer. Do I have a picture of that area? Ah, I didn't get a picture of that area. Maybe I had it in video, but it was pretty busy. It was pretty busy. It just feels like so many people are coming to Japan these days. It's just crazy. The one thing that didn't have before, there was all the seaweed. The seaweed was everywhere, which I'm not sure if that's a seasonal thing, but lots of patches of seaweed where the sand was. No seaweed here 7 years ago, or at least during summer 7 years ago. Okay, there's a few seaweed, but not as much as before. And a lot more little mud crabs that would go into these holes. This time around, instead of mud crabs, you have little hermit crabs in these little shells. I have videos of those that I want to upload. I just gotta find them. There used to be mud crabs. I don't know where the mud crabs are. Maybe they're hiding? I'm not sure, and it's just hermit crabs in this season now. But man, it's so different from back then and now. Miyajima anyway. Some things are still the same, but it doesn't feel quite the same with all the tourists visiting. 500 yen round trip. I think the price hasn't changed much. Yeah, I don't think that's changed much. Laundromat adventures. Oh yeah. If you ever get a chance to have like slightly upgraded onigiri, get it. It's much better than the stuff that you get in the convenience stores. Like in the convenience stores, the onigiri will be a little bit more than 100 yen each. Nice for a quick snack, but hardly satisfying. If you go to even the train station and you find an onigiri shop there, get those onigiri. Yes, they will cost you anywhere from 2 to 3 times more than the regular kind, but also it's so worth it because you can get like eel onigiri, you can get mackerel onigiri, and have like the huge chunks of eel and huge chunks of mackerel, and you can get like a gigantic tempura. You can even get a fried chicken onigiri. It's great. Would recommend for sure. Hiroshima's changed, not too much, but it's definitely changed quite a bit compared to before. Let's see. Kamakura. This is Itabashi Station, which is the station nearest to us. We went to Shibuya, which honestly, Shibuya this time around didn't have a whole lot of people. Like, this was not very busy compared to all the vlogs and pictures you see of Shibuya crossing. That's not a whole lot of people compared to the usual, which is actually surprising. Asakusa was pretty busy even late during the day. But then again, I feel like this was the same thing even before COVID anyway, so it's like, that's not any different. There are quite a few more shops around there compared to before. It's also kind of funny. There is technically a no photography sign somewhere around here, but everyone's taking pictures, myself included. And no one's stopping anyone. Oh well. Not like they can. Thai food. I haven't tried the Thai food in Japan yet. Kamakura. Second time being in Kamakura. And I don't remember if it was this busy before the first time I went in summer. In 2019. But you can go inside the giant Buddha statue. It's pretty cramped in there, but you can see how all the pieces fit together, and they have a little info box that tells you a little bit of how the pieces are put together. Not the biggest Buddha statue you'll see in Japan, but definitely one of the more interesting ones, I guess. Also, first time going on the green car on a regular train or on a limited express train. Green car is basically an upgraded seat on a train. Normally, when you get on a train in around Tokyo, you just have the regular seats and everyone's kind of cramped in one place. And that's fine for shorter trips, like maybe up to 30 minutes or so. But if, let's say you're going from Tokyo Station all the way to Kamakura, Kamakura is about over an hour. If you're in Yokohama, it's a lot closer. But if you're going from Tokyo, it's over an hour, maybe an hour and a half. And you don't want to be squished, or at least on the regular seats, because that also tends to be the commuting seats, a commuting route. And depending on what time of day you go, there's going to be a lot of people getting on and off the train, trying to get to their jobs and other places. So it's going to be a little bit uncomfortable. And the green seats, the green car seats, are not that expensive to add on to your regular price. I guess it depends on how far you go. I think it's like, I want to say 500 yen per 50 kilometers or something like that, up to 1,500 yen extra, which is expensive if you use it too much, so only use it on particularly long trips. But it's very nice. Hardly anyone uses it because of the extra cost, but if you have a decently long trip, worth the extra price. What I didn't realize though is when you buy the extra ticket for the green car, you don't get an actual physical ticket. Instead, it's recorded in your Suica card, and so you tap onto one of these things on the ceiling. You don't have any assigned seats, so you just find an open seat. Tap your Suica card to an open seat, and it'll show you if you've purchased a green card seat or not, and that's your seat for the rest of the trip. It's pretty nice. You can just relax, open your bento like you would in a Shinkansen, sleep, do whatever until you get to your stop. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Kyoto. You've probably heard of stories about Kyoto being very busy, and they are not exaggerating. Not exaggerating at all. Before we get to that though, I climbed Inari 3 times already. First time in 2015, another time in 2017, and then this trip. And each time I go to Inari, I try to go to the very top of it and see the what do you call this? See the, where is it? See the you are on top of Mount Inari sign, like this sign, which is you are in the wrong place. No, don't move, trash. Cancel. I just want to remove you from the album because you don't belong here. Yeah. We'll get to the other pictures, but it always seems to move. 2015. It was in a random spot near I guess a pillar that says top of the mountain, 2,033 meters of Mount Inari. Okay, great. 2017, they move it to a different place, which is actually drilled into a wall. It's a different sign, but it still says top of the mountain. Or maybe it was the same sign, I don't know. This time around, it's on a plaque on of its own, down by the steps. It's like it's moved 3 different times, all 3 times I've gone there. And most of the time, people don't go all the way up here because it's especially for first time visitors, you don't expect the number of steps and the amount of steps going up just to get here. And most people give up halfway. It's not even a tough climb, it's just people aren't used to it. But if you do make it all the way up there, there's hardly any people. This time around though, in 2024, quite a few more people compared to 2015 and 2017. But some things don't change. Some things don't change. That was before. This is now. This is now quite a few more people that are willing to go all the way up. And I didn't realize I took the same picture of this statue. This fox statue with the water coming out and this particular torii. I didn't realize I took the same picture twice in 2 different occasions. This was 2017. And it looks more or less the same as before. I think the paint on this torii gate has worn off since then. It was definitely a lot redder in 2017 than it is now in 2024. I think it also has a little bit more cracks. This one didn't have any cracks back then. It's kind of interesting seeing before and after shots if you so happen to have them. But I'll put all these links in the description later for you guys to skim through if you want. But Kyoto has been busy. Kyoto Station, same as usual. You can see the Kyoto Tower on one side of it. It's a pretty nice look. Lots of gacha machines on the food floor, I think. This wasn't okay, so this is Fushimi Inari. This wasn't here before, but I think there's a temporary structure that they're doing to reinforce some places to prevent them from being knocked down in earthquakes and stuff like that. This is temporary. That wasn't there before though. Found some cats. Someone found some random cats just lying around on the side on top of the hike during the hike. This is on a side path that you'll have to find yourself. It's not very hard to find. Most people just don't realize it's there. If you like to go in side paths in games, then you'll probably find it pretty easily if you visit this area. One thing for sure that didn't exist before is a QR code to tell you about the history and stuff. That's new. That's new. Pretty helpful. This view though up here of Kyoto. This view up here. Maybe not the ice cream. Let's see, do I actually have a thing? Technology. Yeah. The stairs up here in Kyoto Station. If you go here at night, this will actually have like an animated display, like a light show, kind of sort of, that you can check out. A lot of people try to get pictures of these if they notice it. Most people don't even know about this. They just kind of run into it by accident. So it's kind of interesting. Let's see, where was this? This is Inari. Yeah, lights on anything, waterworks, and the like. If you do run into gacha, there's some regional gacha that you can find just in that place. Like in Inari, I think you can only find this particular gacha in Inari. I couldn't find this anywhere else. This is actually a torii gate magnet, and I got the one with the X butt. Got the one with the X butt on it. Let's see, they were selling takoyaki and octopus balls and scallops and other seafood stuff. I feel like these are a little expensive. They seem a little bit on the expensive side, and again, you are getting 3-4 scallops on one stick. I guess 1,000 yen's a fair price. They also had crab sticks for 1,000 yen, which I feel like is a ripoff. But oh well. Chakamaro. I think this is the mascot for this one dessert shop in Nara. Lethal weapon for women. Oh, here we go at the gacha again. Lethal weapon for women. Glass. Ah, it was glass. Glass penis equipment only for men. Wait, only for men? I'm confused. Why is it only for men? Lethal weapon for women. Ultimate equipment for women. I wanted to pull these so badly, but I was with people, so I I didn't. I did not. Oh yeah, again, light show. Kyoto Tower at night at Kyoto Station. Check it out. They do things there. Osaka. I didn't go too far into Dotonbori this time. We got stuck. I say we got stuck, but we got sidetracked, or at least half the group got sidetracked, into doing a lot of shopping. The group I was leading the tour on was so focused in shopping rather than sightseeing. I'm like, you came all the way here to shop for what? Brand name shoes, brand name perfumes and stuff like that? I'm like, come on. Why? Why are we here to shop? I mean, shopping can happen anytime, but they spent like literal hours in stores looking for specific brand name stuff, which I do not understand. Like they're really expensive brand name shoes and perfumes and stuff like that. 40% of most tourists. I feel like it's 40% of certain tourists. And I don't want to stereotype here, but I feel like it's a thing. If you're from Southeast Asia and you're not too particularly interested in culture, the sites, or anything like that, you're there for shopping. And if you're there for shopping, you're typically there for some high brand items that you can show off to your family, friends, whatnot. Okay, you do you. I just don't see any value in it personally. If I were to do any shopping, which I do, it's mostly food items, grocery stuff that I don't normally see around here. So it's not just Southeast Asia too. It's also China, I feel like. I guess, like again, I don't want to stereotype, but it seems like if you haven't seen them before, it's not around in your life. Even if it's not around in your life, but that's something you want to buy for status or whatever, that's what you go for. Me, I'm a foodie. I like random gacha stuff, so that's what I go for. Not the expensive brand name stuff. That's like I'm like, what is it? Anyway? I'm complaining about things. But yeah, we at least got to try some food that the place is known for, like okonomiyaki. Not the best okonomiyaki I've had, but yeah, it's still there. Weibo culture related, yes, that's the kind of shopping I do like to do. Because you can get the brand name stuff anyway, it doesn't have to be Japan. Maybe there's some Japan only brands, but it doesn't have to be just Japan. Why Japan? Like the expensive perfumes you can get anywhere else. Why does it have to be Japan? I should have rolled more for the Eurocamp one, but I only rolled once on each gacha. No, that's a lie. I rolled twice on one gacha. But I should have rolled multiple times because I didn't realize there were multiple different prizes here. I usually try to get something Eurocamp related ever since they have Eurocamp stuff. But there was also a bunch of Mahjong related ones. Like this particular gacha thing. I'm not sure what you would use this for, but they say to use it for dice and stuff, but look at how small this thing is. Can I even fit anything in here? Hold on, how do I even open this darn thing? I don't know what you would put here. Meds? Mahjong meds? You would use this for meds? I think what you're supposed to do though, honestly, is collect all the different Mahjong pieces and put them all together because I think this, let me double check. Does this separate? Ah, they do. They separate and you can like put them all together. You can put them all together and like make one gigantic hand and stuff. So, and you get two. You get two of these per roll. So it's not like you just get one. So I guess it's kind of a deal. But also, if you want to make your custom Yakuman, you would have to roll so many of these just to get them. And I think these are like 300 yen a pop. Pretty expensive if you total them up. But there were plenty of gacha shops that we ran into, and each one of them had slightly different things. I wanted to get the Strong Zero gacha. But at the same time I was thinking, where am I gonna put this? It's not even a keychain. I kind of like the keychain ones more, because at least I can hang that somewhere. And yeah, I mean, I guess I knew it was a real thing, but I just saw this thing in the pharmacy pretty prominently in the it's just prominent for whatever reason. What are those? What do you think these are? What do you think these are? You know what I'm surprised about these is that these are so expensive. I don't know how much these things normally cost anywhere else, but there are only 3 pieces in each of these boxes. Wait, no cap? You don't know what this is? You have not seen these before? Because this is it's a condom. These are condom boxes. It's an art. It's in so much art. How have you not seen them? Really? Hold up. Okay. So, because of this, I got them for a meme. I haven't opened them yet. I don't know if I'll ever use these. But I got them for the memes, just to see what it was like. One is normal, apparently, and another one has like rich lubricant, whatever the heck that means. But these are so expensive. 3. Okay, there's 3 in each box. That's too expensive. I feel like they're cheaper elsewhere. I don't know. 0.01 millimeter. You feel like that would break, but this is also high durability plastic, by the way. I don't know. Maybe as a joke I opened one up on stream. Not today though. Not today. But apparently it has several different kinds. And I didn't check the other ones, but the 0.01 prominently on the box is the most famous ones that you would see on art. If you haven't seen them, I'm kind of surprised. Demonetize. We're not even ad monetized. Of course, it's fine. It's fine. Lots of other gacha stuff though. This stuff is just kind of fun to look at. Oh, this one. If you've seen Dungeon Meshi, apparently this one's not Dungeon Meshi related particularly, but there is a golem pot. Or as much as a pot as it can be. A golem mini pot that you can put like a tiny little plant thing somehow. I don't know how big it is actually. But it's nice seeing all the random gacha that's just not just anime. But we do have a Minecraft gacha over here. And a weapons animal gacha. We got a hamster, we got a shark. We got a wolf with a drill. We got the Dragon Quest gacha. And if you want to feel fancy, there's also the Rolls-Royce key. Though I don't know if this is to scale. If it was to scale, you can probably fool someone into saying, hey, I got a fancy car. But I do like these miniature bikes, and I'd like the miniature bikes and vans better, personally speaking. And if you want memes, they also have the Sakabam Paspis, the weird fish thing. And I'm assuming the regular one is very hard to get, because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 4 different colors of this thing. Is that a 25% chance? I don't know. But there's definitely different ones. Yoshinoya miniature collection. Yoshino. I guess you can also roll gacha if you have like a miniature diorama somewhere around your place. I like the keychain ones better though. Keychain ones are kind of fun. Oh, this one's weird. I don't know who would use this this kind of gate. But this is apparently a face scanning gate where you just kind of pass through, and if it recognizes your face, you can go through, and I guess it deducts it. But I've never seen anyone pass through these. But it is a thing in Osaka. But there's only one of these, so definitely still in testing. Definitely still in testing. Maybe this is the future for gates in Japan. No idea. Nijo Castle. Third time I've been here. Not in fall though. Pretty nice castle to just roam around if you want to visit a castle in Kyoto. Would highly recommend it. Just be aware that there is one place where if you decide to buy a ticket for, they don't allow any photography or videos at all, and they will enforce it. There's guards everywhere. There's people everywhere watching everyone just to make sure they don't take pictures. And some people have tried to sneak pictures and they get caught every single time. Every single time. However, one of the main reasons to go over here, other than see a restored old castle, which is kind of nice. It's not the typical castle where it's like multi-story, it's just one story. But it's still pretty neat to check around. One of the main reasons I like this one though, is because there is a tea house, which you don't see here. But there's the garden from the tea house that you can get a bunch of desserts and just relax in after walking around everywhere. And it's not too expensive either. Now, there was a sign by the souvenir shop, and this used to be just a regular cremia with gold leaf on it. I've never gotten it, but now it's gold leaf with strawberry. Still didn't get it. I honestly don't understand it, but it doesn't taste like anything, apparently. It's just there to be fancy. It's just there for the cremia. I've never actually had cremia, ever. Mushrooms. These are mushrooms, if anyone's wondering. I just saw a little ring of mushrooms on the lawn of the garden, and it's like, oh, okay. Tiny little mushrooms. Fall was starting. There were a bunch of carp. There were a bunch of carp on one bridge, but not on another bridge. It's just this bridge, because I guess this is where they had the carp feed closest to, and that's why they gathered here. But there were like a couple of golden carps, not a lot of orange carps, surprisingly, and a lot of black carps. And this pigeon very much intently watching the carp for whatever reason. I don't know. They did have a sake tasting thing in Kyoto Station at the time. However, I didn't get a chance to try it. It would have been expensive though, I think. One glass is 90 ml, so it's like one shot. 600 yen each. Or you can get a flight. Each one 30 ml. Oh wait, no, 90 ml is more than a shot. Or you can get a flight for 1,000 yen. But it's only one shot, 30 ml each. Now, if you're thinking volume-wise, yeah, that's the one glass 90 ml is a better value. But if you want to taste a bunch of different ones, I guess this is the way to go. The pricing will be a little bit weird, but that's how it goes. But they had a bunch of different craft sake, apparently, from a certain location. That if you just so happen to run into, great. Otherwise, I think your next best chance is you go to Niigata Station, all the way in Niigata Prefecture, and they do have sake vending machines over there where you can taste test a bunch of different sake for 100 yen each, I think, which is not bad. but you will also get very drunk if you try them all. Because I think there's like quite a bit. Maybe 100 or more? Not cherry blossoms. I think these might be plum blossoms. I'm not exactly sure of my flowers. So we got plum blossoms here in Kyoto Park. Kyoto Park, otherwise known as the Kyoto Imperial Park, which is gigantic. I think from one end to another of Kyoto Park is roughly 30 to 40 minutes. It's pretty big. You got to keep in mind, this is where the old Imperial Palace used to be before it moved to Tokyo. And I still haven't been to the Imperial Palace in Tokyo. But this is Kyoto, old capital, with the palace. This is just one side of it, and I couldn't even get all of it in the picture. You see how long that is? It's gigantic. Absolutely gigantic. Please be careful of black kites. I was looking towards the sky and making sure none of them dive bombed me to grab whatever was in my hand. Don't want to be one of those gifs in Twitter where it's like you have your favorite plushie in your hand trying to take a picture, and then suddenly a bird just swoops down and grabs it. And now it's gone forever. Yeah. Kyoto Station in the morning's pretty chill though. Pretty chill. Let's see. I don't know. I mean, overall, I did have my nice times during the trip, but at the same time, I feel like, for the most part, the group I was with just had different priorities and also very slow moving. Didn't help the pacing at all for where I wanted to take them versus where we actually went. So it felt like work. I say it felt like work, even though, yeah, I showed you guys a bunch of pretty nice pictures, the ones I could take that were pretty interesting. And there's still a lot of videos I have to go through, but here are all the loots. I actually got glasses this time in Japan, which was surprisingly a very easy process. Though if you want to get any specialized lenses, let's say transitions or some other special kind of coating, you have to like wait up to a week to get them. But compared to the US, these are so much cheaper. So much cheaper. Though as far as how durable the frames are, I can't say if they're as good or not. The frames I got in particular though feel like nothing. I feel like I could bend them really easily, and I'm kind of scared about that. So we'll see how well it lasts. We'll see how well it lasts. But I got a bunch of other souvenirs. The souvenirs that you saw. There's a few more snacks here I want to try before we end for tonight. A couple of crackers. Showed you the apple cracker, which was great. Tea, mochi. There was some candy that we'll try another time. We'll try also the choya stuff another time. Also got these cooling sheets from the convenience store that I never got to use, so I might try that. Also the mythical 2,000 yen note, which apparently I got 2 of this trip. I have spent the other one because it was wrinkly. But I got a 2,000 yen note that is never gonna get spent in now. But I didn't get any funny looks though from people when I used the other one. So yeah, I did roll some other gachas. You saw the one mahjong gacha, but I got another 2 mahjong gacha. Both cat ones. There were like multiple different cat mahjong gachas, and I didn't get the one I wanted, so I just stopped it at 2. And there were a bunch of different ones. Here's the Ado one that I was talking about. Got the little camera. I guess it's like a flashlight camera. And there's a jigsaw puzzle that I haven't been able to solve yet, so I might try to do that on stream while chatting or something. We'll see about that. This is apparently a sand statue, sculpture. I don't know what you want to call it, but it's made from sand around Kanagawa, where the giant Buddha statue was that I showed earlier. I thought it was kind of neat, but I didn't realize it was a magnet. So now it's on my fridge, not outside of the packaging, but it's still on my fridge. And I like to collect these Emma tablets and put them around the place. Got some more stickers. Got a bunch of stickers from my favorite place. The only sticker place I really know about. B-side label. They have multiple places all over Japan. And this is from Osaka specifically. The wooden thing looks big. It is kind of big. It is kind of big. I'm gonna grab it here in a second. And I didn't realize they sold magnets. This might be a new thing, or it just might be this location in particular. But they have bottle cap magnets with different designs on it. And I have 3 of them. 2 Osaka ones, which are these down here. And the Sakabampis one. Gotta go for the meme. Gotta go for the meme. But yeah, these were gifts. These are gifts, and if no one takes them by the end of the this week, not, well, they said end of the week. By the time I come back next week, I'm gonna take the rest of them, and I will give them as gifts to other people instead. So yes. At some point, a lot of people went for the dog ones though. I'm surprised no one went for the funkier ones like the capybara or takoyaki or even the gorilla. Like, really? Come on. I guess they wanted something recognizable, like the dogs and stuff. Let me grab the tablet really quick. Yeah, I guess it's kind of big. I guess it's kind of big. I mean, this is my hand, right? It's kind of big. This is basically... Where did I get this one? I think I got this from Miyajima. I got this from Miyajima. I can't read any of this, so if you can tell me what this says, please let me know. But I just hang it around my doors as a good luck charm. So, yeah, that's what they're there for. That's what they're there for. It's one more. You got the Inari Shrine one? The Inari Shrine one has multiple different ones. Let me see. There's one special one in Inari Shrine that I have seen before, but never was able to get one of. Let me see. It might not be in the recent pictures. It might be in the old pictures. I do have a Kyoto 2017 comparison picture. Yeah. It is... So, Inari Shrine has multiple different ones. This one is just like the red torii gate. I think these are 1,000 yen each, and you can get these ones pretty easily. You can write your name on it, hang them up at the shrine, or you can take them home with you. They don't care what you do with it. And then the other one is this one, the fox plaques. I don't know where you get that. I'm guessing the shop right next to this particular shrine has it. The thing that a lot of people don't realize about the Inari Shrine is just not one shrine. It's a bunch of multiple smaller shrines on top, along with the big main shrine that you see when you first get in. But apart from the big main shrine when you first get in, there's a bunch of smaller shrines on the way to the top of the mountain. I don't know exactly how many because I never counted, but there's multiple ones. This one though, a lot of people just draw faces on it because that's what it's there for. It's you draw a fox face or you draw like any other face. I've seen Gundam drawn on this. I've seen Akagi drawn on this. I've seen other things drawn on it, but it's mainly a face. Some sort of face. It's kind of funny. Need some water. Need some water, and we're gonna try 3 more snacks before we end for today. Yeah, but this is Kyoto Inari Shrine 2017. Not as many people as it is now, but still quite a bit. Okay. Alright, a few more snacks because I have them and I kind of want to try them. So we have here manju. So there's the manju from that fried manju shop that I showed you earlier. Let me bring that up again. Where are foods? Where is the food? Fried manju, where are you? Ah, here it is. So there's the same manju from the fried manju shop, except it's not fried. Obviously, it's not going to be fried. There's no way it can survive this. But it's still the same filling. The batter's still the same, just not fried. And I've had a few of these because I think someone else bought it. Someone else in our group bought it to give to everyone as snacks. And they have multiple different flavors. There's cheese, there's custard, there's red bean, and there was one more. I think there was one more. Maybe green tea? They call it something weird though. Oh yeah, here's the front. Pretty nice packaging. The back is not as interesting, but there's a bunch of information over here. And all the different kinds. Momiji no, what does that say? Momiji no, I don't know how to read this kanji over here, but I think this one's the green tea one. There's the anpan, there's the red bean, there's We'll just put it there. You guys can read it later. It is a variety pack. There's a variety pack of manju. I think there's like 6 different flavors. There's quite a bit. And this is gonna expire soon. One thing you gotta be careful of when you buy souvenirs in Japan, especially when it comes to manju and mochi. Look at the expiration date. The expiration date is usually a week or 2 from when you get it, which is way too close sometimes. So just be mindful of that. The box is pretty plain, but at least it's not just a white box. It at least has a marking on here that shows what it's supposed to be, as well as information on the side right there, and that it says it's from Miyajima. Okay, tap right here. Does it say Miyajima on it? I think so. Miyajima no Katachi? I think it says Katachi. There's a lot of stuff here. And for some reason they put oysters on top of some of them. I don't know why. I haven't tried it. Apparently you can pan fry these. Maybe you don't, maybe you could. I don't know. But there's multiple ones. Chocolate. This one's choco, momo, peach. This is creamu, which is I think the cream. Wait, why are there so many of the green leaf ones? Oh, they only gave one of the other ones, but only... So this is tea. Green tea. This is... Koshian. Koshian. Is that red bean? That might be red bean. Koshian. And this is... Subuan. What the heck is Subuan? I don't know, but we have so many of these green ones over here. May as well take a green one. Give that a shot. I wish this was fried though. The fried ones are so good. Fried ones are so good. I'm not a manju fan because they're pretty samey for the most part, but these are pretty good, I think. A little squish because it is pre-packaged and whatnot, and it's been sitting there for a while. But the outside is pretty pillowy. Wait, does this not have any filling? This one doesn't seem to have any filling. This part's pretty good. Sweet. I'm not sure if there's any particular flavor in it. There's nothing here. So it's like a cake. This one's just like a cake. I'm gonna need tea if I'm gonna go through this because I want to try one that has a filling and show it to you. But I think that particular one's just like a Castella cake, which I'm surprised it's just that. Let's see. Let's try peach. I haven't tried the peach before. Alright. Okay, same outside. It's all the same batter from this one place. And the inside... Can you see it? It's a little hard to see on camera, but there's a little bit of a filling there. I don't think it's red. I don't think it's bean mix, but it looks like it's mostly just a fruit jelly. Let's see if it's actually just a fruit jelly. Oh yeah. This is one of the better manjus, because a lot of times when you get a manju, it's like red bean mixed with some other flavor. I don't like those because I just taste the bean and I don't taste the other thing. But this one, if they say it's peach, you get like a peach jelly or peach jam. If you get chocolate, I'm assuming it's just chocolate in here. Cream, cheese, whatever. And so this is, for me, one of the better manjus. The one you can get in Miyajima. I don't know if anywhere else does this, so you have to go all the way to Miyajima to get this one. But the cake, the batter is actually pretty good, which I don't usually say that about manju, because a lot of times the manju batter is not pillowy, it's not fluffy. This one is. It's either this one in particular one is just good, or maybe Japan in general has upped their manju game recently. I'm hoping, because a lot of times it's not my thing. But this is, I would get this again. Oh, that's good. That's good. It's just a nice jelly flavor, just a nice jelly inside of a cake, basically. And I can kind of see now why that particular batter would work well fried. It's a batter that works well either steamed or fried, and in this case, no, well, grilled? I think it's grilled. But most importantly, it's good fried. So this one I've had before, and I'm just trying here on stream so I can show you guys what it is. But it's basically a mini okonomiyaki. I want to say Hiroshima style. Yep, Hiroshima style okonomiyaki senbei senbei version. Now, Hiroshima okonomiyaki is like in layers typically. So you have like a noodle layer, a crepe layer, cabbage layer, and all the other toppings, and this kind of mimics it. So there are some senbei where it's just a senbei with flavoring. This one tries to mimic it by what it actually looks like. So I've had this, and it's all right, but I just wanted to show it to you. So the back's not very interesting. The front is more interesting. The only thing I don't like about the souvenirs in Japan is they're so bulky. This box, very bulky. And the inside, if you look at the inside, you could probably pack this down a lot more. But if you try to pack this down a lot more, maybe, and not in a box, they will get cracked. So the box is there to protect it. I get it. I get it. Certificate, I guess, along with some other words on there. But we have 12 of these senbei, this mini okonomiyaki senbei. Pretty plain in the back, everything's on the front. And how does it stack against the picture? Well, it's gonna depend. Sometimes it looks basically like the picture. This one in particular did not. This one did not. A little bit lacking on the noodles, and a little bit lacking on the cabbage, but it's a mixed bag. How does it do flavor-wise though? Well, first things first, look at the bottom. It looks pretty thin, like a wafer. And you got dried ramen, you got dried green onions and stuff. I think there's some other dried tempura bits in here too. And I mean, it's a fairly decently looking senbei, but let's turn off the BGM and see how crunchy this is. Not crunchy at all. I don't know if that's on purpose, but I feel like they were kind of going for like, we want to make this as similar a texture to the actual okonomiyaki, but because it's a senbei, you really can't do that. So instead what happens is you bite into this. Yes, it has a little bit of the okonomiyaki flavoring, you know, that sauce that they put on top. It does have that. Felt like biscuits. A really airy biscuit, if you want to go with that comparison. I don't know if I can call it like biscuits though. It feels more like a wafer rather than it feels more like a wafer rather than a cracker, and definitely not as tough like biscuits. But the effect of when you eat it is more like it just kind of mushes up as if you were actually eating okonomiyaki, but it doesn't have the same feeling of actually eating okonomiyaki. If you did eat okonomiyaki, it will be very substantial. It'll be very, I wouldn't say heavy, but there's definitely more. There's definitely more heft to it, right? Like there's all the cabbage you have to bite through and all the other filling. This gives you a little taste, but it's not quite the same. It actually makes me want to try making it again, but I don't have the ingredients around here, so it's a little tough. What I would do with this though is probably use this as a topping for ramen. Maybe it might make for like a nice ramen topping, like you know how people put tempura bits in their udon and stuff like that. Probably do the same thing. We'll see. This one, nice for a try. I don't know if I would recommend it, but if you're ever in Hiroshima, give it a try, see if you like it. One last snack for today. This one I've been looking forward to, and I don't know anything about, haven't tried it yet, but this is an oyster senbei. Now, is this just oyster flavored, or it will have actual oyster bits? I forgot what it looked like in the shop. I don't know if they actually had like a I don't know if it. Can you hear that? Can you hear the horns blaring in the background? I hope not. Let me put the chat BGM. I don't remember if I saw what this looked like or if they actually put a demo. Well, not demo, but you know that the fake food thing to show what it's supposed to look like. I don't remember if they did that. So this is gonna be a first for me. But this is also in Miyajima, if not Hiroshima. Probably one or both. Front is very black. Just shows the grilled oyster. And up here, you really don't see anything else. The back, very uninteresting. Extremely uninteresting. So because of that, I think I'm just gonna open this normally. I'm not even gonna try to get the scissors out. Oh wow, that actually opened pretty easily. And that slipped out very easily. Now it looks like a very plain box, but there's actually little pink stripes throughout here that kind of gives it a little bit more texture. It feels like a plain box regardless, but it's a little fancier than a plain box, so maybe they got something going for them. I don't know. We did get a really plain box earlier for the apple crackers, apple senbei, and that was extremely good. Ooh, there's a lot of stuff here. I guess we gotta cut through the desiccant. Maybe don't cut through the desiccant. That's probably a bad idea. Let's see. Okay, there's a lot of senbei here. Hiroshima, specifically, not necessarily Miyajima. And they're not as big as I thought they would be. And for comparison, mini Mahjong tile for comparison. Oh, I did see this. This is a little weird. It doesn't look like your typical senbei. It seems like it's like some chopped up stuff. Almost glued together. Maybe I shouldn't say glued, but it's somehow held together by some sort of batter that I'm not quite sure what it is. But it seems like there's some flavoring, some spices, maybe, I hope. If you take a closer look at that. I'm hoping it's crunchy though. Let's see. How crunchy is this gonna be? Huh. Not what I expected. But I guess considering the texture, that wasn't bad. Hold up. Flavor-wise, I think I can taste a little bit of the oyster, but I taste more of the sauce rather than the oyster. So if there's any oyster flavor in here, maybe someone who knows oysters better would be able to tell. I cannot. It's tasty. It's tasty. I am having... I am wondering though if this would be better by itself, or should I put this in something like ramen? I have a lot to experiment here with, so could go either way. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Definitely need a second opinion on this one. But yeah, I think that's it for the Japan trip. For the most part though, it felt like work. I think I mentioned this already. It felt like work. But for the stuff that I did get, I guess there were some interesting bits. I just wish, me personally, I just kind of wish that the people I was with were actually into it more. And when I say into it more, I'm not saying like, you know, really, really into it. That which would have been nice too. But more like, I think they were kind of distracted. They didn't know what to make with a lot of stuff. And when I say distracted, they were literally like still minding to business back home, which whenever you're on a trip, that's not exactly the best thing to do. I wouldn't. It's like you're on a trip, please. Actually treat it like a trip and not having to answer calls and whatnot, and with everything that's happening from where you left. If you're doing this, like what's even the point? Why did you leave to go on a trip? Also, just me managing everything from everyone's pace, conditions and whatnot. It felt too much for the time, and them just not being used to the walking, which is fair. That part is fair considering not everyone is, but also much slower. I don't know. I could complain on and on and on, but from what they did do, I think they enjoyed it. It's a little hard to tell. Oh, there is one thing I probably should show. Hold up. I thought I was done, but I'm not done apparently. Let's see. Where was it? The rooms! I don't usually take room pictures, guys, but I should show you the rooms because I feel like it's somewhat interesting. So we had 1, 2, 3, 4 places that we stayed in, mostly all Airbnbs, guest houses, and whatnot. But the first house, which is this, had like these cute little decorations scattered throughout the house. Also a mini dishwasher, which we never figured out how to use, so never did that. They gave us a bunch of cutlery. This is the living room area, which it looks bigger, but it's just basically 2 seats in a small tatami area, but it's pretty nice. Tea set for everyone. Front door. Kitchen area over here, which we did use a couple of times for breakfast and dinner. Seating area. Here's the living room area. This one's a little bit weird though. It's like 3 or 4 different floors all around this size. And this is in Tokyo, by the way. And so if you have to get to some rooms, you have to go through like several flights of stairs, and they're all so narrow. This doesn't really capture how narrow it is. Did I get a picture from the top on how to capture how narrow it is? I don't know. This was my bed though, because no one wanted to sleep there. A couple of people slept over here in the tatami room, which is nice for them. It did have a balcony, which was very nice. Like you can just hang on the balcony, enjoy the fresh air. They even had a mini bench for some reason. But this was the view from the balcony. It's actually pretty nice. There's like a really quiet neighborhood, like pretty far away from Tokyo Station. Let's say about 30 minutes away from Tokyo Station. But you can get a pretty decent view of the skyline from this place. So, and if you wake up early enough or even get the sunset, pretty good. The neighbors were for the most part, pretty quiet. There was this one old lady that we keep running into in the morning when she tended her garden up front, and just kind of say hello. Just kind of said hello in passing, and she seemed like she's like, oh, here's more visitors again. But she seemed nice overall. But this place is pretty neat though. I liked it. Pretty nice if you have a big group. I wouldn't do this for 1 or even 2 people, because it's kind of big. But you do also get a washer here, but no dryer. There's no dryer. And there's really no place to hang your clothes. Yes, there's a balcony, but there's no like clothes rack. So how do you do it? How do you dry your clothes? Well, you can dry your clothes in the bathroom apparently. In the bathroom, there is a heater setting for drying clothes that we did use, but we couldn't dry too many clothes at one time because it just can't handle it. So I wasn't sure what the best way to do that was. Next to us was a apartment where there were a bunch of bikes and motorcycles. A bunch of apartments nearby. And a few houses. I don't understand Japan building codes sometimes. But the bike rack is something. Like, how do you get the bikes off the top rack here? There's gotta be a way to bring it down, but I don't know how you do that. Hiroshima, we had this weird 1-floor apartment that was very noisy. I say it's very noisy because you can hear the cars and stuff from the outside very loudly. Every other place that we stayed in though was pretty quiet. This one was the loudest one in Hiroshima because it was right next to a major road with a bunch of cars going through. It's a decent place overall. Decent place with a bunch of stuff. But yeah, it's just very echoey. And they had this one clause in the handbook that said, if you are too loud and people report you, we will kick you out right away. I'm like, guys, let's be quiet. And I don't know how loud other people are, but my family can get pretty loud, especially when they get really excited when talking. So yeah, it was a learning curve for the new people who haven't been to Japan before to mind their voices, mind their manners. Had to teach them how to be on the escalator with luggage. Like, you're not supposed to spread yourself out on escalators. You're actually supposed to like stay on one side so people on the other side can pass you through. That kind of thing. So they got it eventually. But it was definitely a lot of stuff they weren't used to. Having to mind yourself amongst other people. This was the nicest place though, the one in Kyoto. We had like 2 rooms, bunch of sliding doors, 3 people to each room, futons and stuff, mini table. The rooms had like really, it's not the regular futon. It's like a mattress. It's like a thicker mattress than a regular futon, which was interesting. And the bathrooms and stuff were like behind these rooms. They were past these rooms, and it's like we were trying to look for the bathroom and the toilet. It's like couldn't find them when we first got in. But if you go past these sliding doors, then you get to the bathroom and the toilet, and then we actually got a washer and dryer. The bath was pretty nice. The toilet was pretty nice. Each person got a tray with amenities and stuff. So towels, toothbrushes, shavers, and whatnot. The genkan, the front door, the front area where you put your shoes and stuff, pretty nice and big. So everyone would put their stuff there. We also got a bunch of plates and stuff that most of them we didn't use. But if you made something, you could. Even though you can drink the tap water, this one had a filter for some reason. A filter for alkaline water, which tasted a little bit weird, but okay, that's a thing. sliding doors that separated the rooms. So if you wanted it open, you could. Now here's one thing that I didn't realize. It's a little blurry here, and something I didn't realize also with my family group that were not used to this. They didn't know that you were supposed to flush down the toilet paper. And if you're anywhere else outside of Southeast Asia, that seems like common sense, right? Flush down the toilet paper. But in the Hiroshima place that we stayed at, they didn't do that. They had a plastic bag filled with toilet paper that they used. And like, what the heck is this? I don't understand. I don't understand. Won't it get clogged though? No, it's fine. It's fine to flush the toilet paper. We do that all the time in the US. You do that all the time in Japan. It's literally also here. They ask you, do not put the toilet paper in the trash can or even a plastic bag. You're supposed to flush it down. It's unsanitary to put it in the trash or a plastic bag. Also, I feel like there's a Chinese thing with the do not step in the toilet thing. I've never seen anyone do that. That must be a Chinese thing. I don't know. Maybe even some old Japanese people do that too, but okay, I get it. Southeast Asia has probably really sucky plumbing. But in Japan, go for it. Flush the toilet paper. That's where it's supposed to go for sanitary reasons. Paper towel? No, do not flush that. That will actually get clogged. Toilet paper? Please flush down the toilet paper. I beg you. In the plastic bag that we had in Hiroshima, that I didn't realize what they were doing at the time. One of the toilet papers even had a streak of poop in it, and it's like, why? Why did you do this? And I had to complain about it to another person with me who knew how all this stuff before, because it's something we're used to. And it's like, yeah, I'm glad that this particular place said, please, flush it. Flush it. The one thing I did appreciate in all the places that we had is that there is a panel for the bath where you can set the temperature, you can set the water level, and you can have the bath fill even though you're not in the bathroom. So you can be in the kitchen and the panel's outside. You can have the bath fill while you're eating and stuff like that, and when you get there, it'll be full. You take your shower, go into the bath, relax. It's nice. Do not open the door in the bathroom during the summer season as mosquitoes will come in. Didn't have mosquito issues, at least. And the nice thing was that we had a nice little garden in the back that you can just kind of relax in. Not a whole lot of people can do it at one time, but there was a nice little garden in the back, and you can also hang your clothes out here to dry. There was a dryer, but if you wanted to hang dry, you could also do that. And they gave you enough hangers and stuff to do that. In the ryokan, we had 2 different rooms because you can't fit everyone in one room. The tatami mats, the floor chairs. They gave you the yukata to wear, so that's kind of nice. Oh, is that all the pictures I had of the ryokan? Anyway, yeah. That's all I really got. I'm gonna put all the pictures in the description so you can look at them at your own leisure. And that's all I got today. If you guys got any questions, let me know. My thoughts are kind of scattered all over the place. If also only because I'm still kind of jet lagged. I'm coming out of an illness, and if I talked about all the other stuff I was going to talk about, it would just be me complaining about everything, and I didn't really want to do that. There was a lot to complain about. But at the end of the day, I just hope that the people I was with enjoyed what they could, even though I did have a lot of complaints regarding what do you call this? A lot of complaints regarding the stuff that we were able to cover, but what we did cover, I hope it was good enough. They did seem to enjoy the Shinkansen though. What they didn't enjoy was the tight transfers between Shinkansen and bus, especially in the Mt Fuji area, which that's just kind of how it is sometimes. Otherwise, if we missed it, we would have to wait another hour or two just to get there, and that would not have been fun. That would not have been fun, especially in fall when the what do you call this? When the sun sets so late. No, early. Not late, early. Yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to get all the links here. Again, I'll have the pictures and stuff. We'll try other foods later. So, yeah, but if you have anything in particular that you couldn't think of while watching or listening to the stream for the VOD watchers or even live people, if you have anything that you wanted me to talk about but couldn't think of until now or even later, let me know. I'll try to answer as best as I can. And for me personally, I hope one of these days I can go on a trip, actually do some proper vlogs, because I tried vlogging this time around, and when I say vlog, just try to capture some footage. I'm not really one to commentate, though I did commentate a couple of times in my videos, but wasn't really able to, because there's a lot of people like calling my name or talking to other people, and it's very hard to vlog if you have people with you that, you know, aren't really part of the vlog, I guess, if that makes any sense. And like you want to capture something specific but you can't because everyone's like talking. It's kind of distracting sometimes. I don't know. I just have an idea of what I want to do for a vlog, and I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I do need to look through my videos though, and hopefully I'll be able to get through them and hopefully be able to show some of it. When I do finally get to do that, I will be putting those mostly on my vlog channel, which I think is linked in the description. But I'll make a proper announcement of directing you to the vlog channel once I finally have something on there. But if you want to follow that ahead of time and hopefully wait for something to show up there, the link for that should be in the description or the channel itself, and we'll see where we go from there. One of these days though, I want to go on a very long trip, either by myself or someone with me, and just walk around, experience some things we haven't seen before. Not the tourist areas. The tourist areas are fine, I guess, on your first time through Japan. However, if you do go through the tourist areas in the first time in Japan, I would highly suggest to at least go at a brisker pace than what we did, because we didn't really get to a whole lot of places, mainly due to stamina issues, mainly due to other little things that just distracted from actually sightseeing, taking in the culture and all that stuff. So yeah. Oh, it is what it is. It is what it is. Let's see what else. If it comes up, if I can't think of all the stuff I wanted to talk about, but if something comes up, I'll probably mention it again in a future stream. We'll see about it. But thank you all for coming. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. And I'll see you all next time. I'm planning on doing a Blue Archive stream tomorrow, and I'm hoping I've completely drained of whatever sickness I have right now because it is very annoying. Very annoying. And it's gonna be very tiring to do all the voice acting and reading tomorrow. So we'll see. All right, thanks for dropping by, everyone. Have a good rest of your day. And again, I'll have the links right after the stream is over. Bye bye. See you later.